Are we good? Are we good? I'll turn off my damn heating. It's so hot right now. Are we good? Okay, we're good. Why is this shit so high? God damn. Okay. This is video 200. What does that mean? The hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? Peekaboo. Oh, I see. I see. Is it? Interesting. That's an interesting data point. Oops. Well, yeah. Not really a particularly interesting day. Shout out to the red boxes though, right? First one was like here. Second one, same story. I don't know if I would have, I don't like, if I wasn't in trades, I don't know if I would have been in this thing. I mean, I have to go back and look at some of this stuff. I literally like slept half the day. My ear is like, I don't know what's wrong with this thing. See what I mean? Very trade pumper. I'm not trying to pump anything. I was from the juice box yesterday. Yeah. I'm in on some spy calls for the center rally. I mean, yeah, if we got one, I suppose. It was not a bad idea. I can't hear out of one of my ears, so I can't tell like how loud I'm speaking right now. This ear is like, I can't, it's like I can't even describe the feeling. It's like when you're really like sick and your nose is congested and you can't breathe through your nose. That's how my ear feels. Except that there's pain in my ear too. I don't know what is wrong with this thing. The thing is, I was talking to the doctor because I had to go immediately because I'm like, this is not, something's not right. And he like looked at it with his little ear looking device. And he's like, oh, it looks perfectly fine. So interesting. I think it's because one of my stitches is infected. Because he asked me, he's like, have you had a fever or anything recently? And I'm like, no, but I do have like a pretty red stitch going on here. Got some red stitches. Also, I mean, if you really wanted to, you also could have taken this like on like this kind of failed auction up here, right? With the breakdown of this stuff. But you would have been like stopped out pretty early. Maybe you could have traded the VWAP, but wouldn't have been a particularly juicy trade. Got one of those ear blasting syringe things. I don't know if that's the best idea. He gave me like some prescription eardrops. They're in the kitchen. Like I have to do them 3 times a day. Whenever I go to get some food later on, I'm gonna do like the 3rd round. Yeah, super annoying. At least I got my stitches removed tomorrow, although it's at 8 in the morning. Like, of course they give me the earliest appointment humanly possible on a goddamn Saturday. Pissing me off. Whoops. What volume profile tool do I use? The visible range volume profile, VRVP. It depends. I use different ones. Like sometimes I use this. Sometimes I have like the fixed range volume profile on. Just kind of depends what you're trying to look at more than anything. But there's also different ones. You can use the session volume profile, like a daily, like this thing. Thanks for the reply. No problem. No problem. Yeah, CoreWeave today though, that thing had one hell of a pump, right? One hell of a pump. Back on my desk like a throne. Interesting. Oh, I don't think I could hear that. I just cracked like half my back. God damn. Smoking on pressure, chart glowing slow. Got a red box set where they think and go. I just draw, roll, chill, let it show. Hit they stops, that wick dip low. Ferrari red dashboard match the fib. She see the math, now she taking profits off rips. They need full setups. I just need a glimpse, yeah. Almost Christmas. Literally a week away. Make sure we get the rest of our data. Trades hit from Rome. Wick kiss close, you know that tone when it reject hard and they bags get blown. Wiz type vibe, high math, no luck. Drawn from the top like a rough coat brush. Short, I'm clean while they foam mo clutch. Then I hit beach seats, feet up plush. Big size, bang, man. Red wick, bang. Got 'em. Chart talk slick, got slang. Plotted, your little bag got bang. You get ain't stressing no screen, I smoke. Roll up. Top shelf haze, pure dope. Cookies, they chase highs, I just float. Drifting, math move me, they get ghost. Marcos, I ain't gotta force it. The chart gon' talk if you draw right. They want signals, I want silence. Dang. This is like a pretty juicy weekend target down here. Interesting. I can't wait to get these stitches removed. It's such like a satisfying feeling when they remove them. Like an oddly satisfying feeling. Which we do. We do. Actually.
Last we closed, still untouched like frozen pros. They say random, I said coded, now it taps, stop exploded. No motion, just routine. I sip slow, charts stay clean. They want chaos, I want flame. They want green, I want game. Visual sharp, that yo scar. Play so far, yeah, not bizarre. Seen too much to doubt that sign. They get wrecked, I realize. Lines for likes, I draw them to win. You pray price obeys you. I know where it's been. Marcos.
Interesting.
Said it's fake till price came kissing that dash. Pixel hit, no wig, just flash. React, just let it pass. Imaginary lines, but they always bounce like mad. Called it voodoo, now they guess. I stay silent, still outclass. Imaginary to them, precise to me. Math is the map. Marcos. Still blaze, still blaze, still win, still calm, Marcos. Still blazing, yet loud on fire. But my levels hold clean, no liar. I don't stress, I just chart with ease. Math got me floating, profits breathe. Still faded, still hit that zone. Ops press buttons, I press the stone. They work hard, I let it align. He chase charts, I follow the sign. Top shelf flame, same pack as last. Chop move slow, I'll move past. No overthink, just let it top. Line too clean, they fall in trap. She said you even focus now. I said watch this wick come down. And it did like it.
These yearly VWAPs.
Come through. No bots, no stress, no noise. Just smooth entries, grown man poise. They draw clouds, I draw precision. Highs the sky, still making decision. Still blazing, yeah, the loud on fire. But my levels hold clean, no liar. I don't stress, I just chart with ease. Math got me floating, profits breeze. Still faded, still hit that zone. Ops press buttons, I press just tone. They work hard, I let it align. He chase charts, I follow the sun. Charts so light, I barely touch. He overtrades, I don't rush. She roll one, I just lean back.
I think you have to code some of this stuff.
Stop loss hit, that wasn't mine. I don't guess, I trace design. Still too high, still too sharp. Still don't miss when I press that mark. You see stress, I see rhythm. You play odds, I play system.
I suspect that the longer the year goes on, the probability is going to change a lot, right? As you get to like the higher levels and the lower levels. We'll sneak in suspicion. What else did I need to do?
Cops press buttons, I press the stone. They work hard, I let it align. He chase charts, I follow the sign. Still blazing. Still Marcos.
Yeah. Also,
Don't see him. But price keep touching.
well, in terms of the LOM, by the way, I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I didn't mention it at the start. We talked about like retesting the zone, right? And earlier in the day, there was like a single print here. You would have got like a pretty perfect juicer on this move up. They're taking that fang, right? If you're paying attention. Boom. Little potential pixel perfect juicer.
They draw clouds, I move steady. You wait for break, I mark the cause. Price hit me, then hit pause. You post zones, I post traps. You watch prints, I run maps. They call fake, I call flash. You chase highs, I draw dash. Main girl watching, said hi no. I said it's
We need to put something on while we do this stuff.
Chaos, I see cold. You call hope, I call low. Dash line yellow, bounce too clean. Pixel tap twice, now they call it scheme. Said it ain't real, chart said please. Price don't lie, it hit my keys. Dash line ghost, still got weight.
Here's what they're gonna talk about. What is this, right? Interesting.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to your favorite podcast, the number one podcast, in fact, in the entire universe, the All In podcast with your besties. We're all here. It's the original quartet. Everybody loves when the core four are here, and we have a docket for you today. Guys, we got to start out with Bernie Sanders. I know this is becoming a bit repetitive, but AI
Man, this
is
Bernie Sanders guy.
We reached a new level of retardation this week that we cannot avoid. Bernie Sanders has a major D-cell pitch, a moratorium on new AI data centers. Here's his argument. Number one, the billionaires are pushing AI because they want more money and power. Number two, there's going to be massive unemployment. And he cites Gates, Dario, Elon, saying that AI would replace most jobs. Number three, he has an interesting point, actually. AI is harmful to kids because it decreases social interaction. Actually, we kind of agree with that one, I think, across the board. But here's his pitch, Sachs. His
Speak
pitch
for
is,
yourself.
you want your kids using these chatbots?
No, I've talked to my kids about it.
Oh, okay. We'll get into it.
We can get into it, but I've talked to them about it. Look, if you actually look at the data, if you look at what kids are doing, it's so much more interactive and engaging for them to talk to their friends on Snap or to watch videos on TikTok. Those things are super engaging. Whereas doing research on an AI chat.
Hold on, we got to revisit that for a second. So basically, their brains are getting fried. Is that the main takeaway from this? Yeah. Teens constantly on YouTube and TikTok. That's pretty alarming. As we're on YouTube.
Or to watch videos on TikTok. Those things are super engaging. Whereas doing research on an AI chatbot is just, it's way less engaging. And you see this in the data. So I'm not saying there's not an issue there. You want to pay attention to the way that these technologies are shaping the minds of young kids. But I think people get a little bit confused. What they're really talking about is social media. And then they attribute all the ills of social media over to these new AI chat apps. And they are a little different. You know, when I ask my kids, like, how much do you use these things? Are they addictive? They said, no, they're more just really useful. It's like Google. It's like I couldn't do school without it.
Yeah, there's two pieces here. One, using AI to be smarter and to learn stuff and ask questions. Absolutely fantastic, phenomenal. I think we'll all agree on that. There is, and I don't know if this is actually what he was referencing, but there's character AI in a long tail of spicy chats where we talked about getting one-shotted and these parasocial relationships. That's, I think, what he's referring to, but maybe I'm reading it wrong. But let's get into it here. His pitch is that we need to slow down so that, quote, democracy can catch up and that Congress should put a moratorium on new data centers. That's his solution. He got roasted, obviously, on social media for this. It's the most absurd, I think, solution to, what are valid concerns. Friend of the pod, Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley, he, I guess, supported it a bit. And then he replied to me and says his concerns are not as acute and that he just wants to make sure we use renewable energy, which I guess is, a fine position to have. Polymarket put up a little market here. AI data center moratorium passed before 2027. Yeah, we'll see if that comes true or not. But hey, Sachs, you are our SGE. Sachs, our SGE, this is your time to shine. You have framed the AI debate as we can't lose to China. Bernie framed it as not letting the billionaire class get more power and money by eliminating American jobs. And last week on this very program, Tucker framed it as, what are Americans going to get out of this, right? That was the framing, as of December of 2025. So here's your chance, Sachs. Why should Americans who have some concerns about losing their jobs care about beating China? Why should they care about that, Sachs?
Why should they care about beating China? Because AI is a profound technology. It's going to have huge economic and national security implications. And the thing that Bernie gets wrong is that he can't stop the progress. I mean, he can't stop China from making progress. We can stop progress in the US, but it's not going to stop China from advancing these technologies. A lot of this is just math. And just because we stopped doesn't mean China's going to stop. So this would be the biggest own goal ever if we took our leadership in the AI race and just handed it to China. But look, I appreciate Bernie's honesty in a way, because he is actually telling the truth about what he wants. And I remember just a week ago when President Trump signed an executive order to advance a national AI framework, a lot of critics and a lot of Democrats were saying this was a violation of states' rights and we need to support the states in regulating AI. And here Bernie is acknowledging that this is not about states' rights, because he's saying that there needs to be a moratorium on new data centers, even if the states want them. So he doesn't support states' rights either. He just wants all the progress to stop. And I think this is really the truth of the matter, is that all this talk about states' rights or affordability, it's all a red herring. And what's really going on is,
dude, this Bernie Sanders guy, I've seen some of his videos on YouTube. Such a grifter, such a fucking grifter this guy is. He's like basically just fear mongering to try and get votes, right? Make people like appeal to emotion and whatnot. Unbelievable. I honestly find it so. What was that video we watched? Fuck, what was it? I don't remember, but a while ago we watched some video where a bunch of like Congress people in the US were being questioned on a topic. And honestly, I was fucking embarrassed for Americans watching that, to see how fucking stupid the average person in Congress is there. Literally embarrassing. Like, I couldn't even fucking believe it. Like, I thought it was like a fucking like out of like a comedy skit or something. He's the worst. That guy is something else, man. I swear.
Of people who just want all the progress to stop. But again, we can't stop China from making progress. So all they would be doing is ceding leadership in this AI race.
I can't tell they're serious. I can't tell they're serious. Like they actually believe these things, or like are they just doing this to attempt to manipulate like people that don't know the wiser kind of thing? I don't hope it's the latter. I really would.
Best to become like Europe. Europe has half the share of global GDP that they had 30 years ago. And that's because of their hostility towards innovation and technological progress. And that's kind of where Bernie wants us to be, is he wants us to go down the path of Europe. And the reason he says is because, God forbid, someone gets rich. Well, look, capitalism sometimes results in the unequal distribution of wealth, but socialism always results in the equal distribution of poverty and misery. And if the US stops developing AI, if we hand this leadership to other countries, it'll make the United States poor. It'll make the American people poor. And it will cede our leadership globally. We will not be the preeminent power in the world anymore.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know. So I'd hard to believe that, right?
No, it's great. Thank you, SGE. David Sachs.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
There seems to be a couple of conversations. Unfortunately, we weren't here last week, but we had a really nice visit from our pal Tucker. And we talked about this. He seemed to think there was a bit of a communication problem with selling to the public the value of these technologies. Do you agree with that? And what do you think is going on here in terms of the cross conversations? One group wants to desell, has some concerns, environmental, job displacement, et cetera.
I can't even tell if you're trolling.
And then is there an issue where beating China doesn't resonate with the American populace? You've been harping on about the rise of socialism for 4+ years on this very podcast. So from where you sit, what's the actual disconnect in these multiple conversations that are going on concurrently and seemingly coming to a head here at the end of 2025?
Well, if you ask any of the politicians that are making these proclamations about
tech
barons and try and actually talk to them about what is the AI.
I wish he was president. I don't think he wished that. There's no way. Dude, imagine that guy was president and this things that he's making in these videos became reality. The US would be like just screwed. Like, every metric that you could think of in the US would look like a shitcoin chart, just going straight down to zero.
Technology delivering, what is it not delivering? You kind of typically hit a wall pretty quickly. It's very
isn't
hard.
Isn't that guy like a massive grifter? Like, isn't he like one of those people who used to be like anti-immigration and all this blah 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 for the past like 30 years? And then as soon as they realized that these like illegal immigrants were like voting for Democrats and that like Trump was like anti-immigration, he just completely flipped the script on his entire like political stance of like his entire career. Amongst also being some like massive lobbyist. Look at the whoops, I misread that. Look at where Vermont was before it came into office versus after. You just lost all credibility. The state was falling apart. Now it's one of the top states in the U.S. I'm not sure. I don't know. Not particularly like well informed on what's going on like state to state there. Like I'm not sure what you mean when you say falling apart. I also don't know what he did to resolve whatever issue that could have potentially been. I suppose you can look some of this up. Got where even is Vermont? Oh, it's pretty close to me actually. The hell, that's super close to me. Absolutely bullshit statement. Oh, I'm looking it up to see what he did. Although, is Vermont like a particularly relevant state? Seems like pretty small. I would imagine it's a pretty low population. Less than 1 million people. Oh, it is less than 1 million, way less. 650,000. According to ChatGPT, didn't do a whole lot. We'll say that. It has two bullet points for what he did as a Vermont U.S. Senator. 1, veterans healthcare access reform. And 2, support for Vermont community health centers. Doesn't seem that crazy. But like, who knows? Could be like based on my word to the question. Sanders has made almost zero contributions while in Congress as well. I don't know what he has or hasn't done. All I know is that I've listened to him speak, and he didn't leave a very good impression. He just came off as like a massive grifter to me. Vermont is the state the Senate represents. Yeah, I mean, I figured that much. I figured that much at this point. But doesn't seem like doesn't seem like the Vermont was in some like dire need of saving, and this guy showed up and played the Superman role or something. It seems like he did barely anything according to this list. Were there any glaring issues before he took office that he resolved in Vermont? Millionaires and billionaires are not paying taxes. The thing is, like, they do though, right? Like everyone always says, like, make it seem like they don't pay any taxes, and that they do. And they also don't understand that if you just sit there and try and tax the shit out of these people, they're just gonna leave. But to your state's detriment. But like these people always have the same argument, right? They make it seem like these people just have like billions and billions of dollars just sitting in like a fucking gold safe in their house, just sit doing nothing. And like 90% plus of that money is like going back into the economy one way or another. I think it's taking forever to answer this question. By searching for Burlington, BT. They're not paying their fair share. I don't know about that. Well, I have a statistic on this already the other day. Where is it? It's on my laptop somewhere. Where is this thing? Like something like the 2% of the population. Oh no, here we go. The top 1% of the people in the US pay almost 50% of the entire country's taxes. So I think they're paying their fair share. Okay, let's see this. Hmm. I'm not seeing anything particularly interesting here. I'm not sure what's like what state was it Vermont in before this guy took office? But it seems like all these things that he changed, and when I say all, I'm talking like a handful of bullet points, are pretty like much nothing burgers. Senator Bernie Sanders has made statements asserting that billionaires and major corporations often use loopholes to pay nothing in federal taxes. Statements generally focus on the disparity. Central theme of his political platform is that the richest 0.001 of America have avoided paying their fair share of taxes. He argues that eliminating tax loopholes will allow the wealthy to defer taxes. Buy, borrow, die. Yeah, everyone does that. That's what you should be doing. Let's look up some other stuff. Unless you close that loophole, everyone will take advantage of it. As they should, as they should. Why wouldn't people take advantage of it? You know, why should that not exist? Yeah, exactly. What Lyle said, like, listen to this statistic, right? Listen to this. I got the stats for you. Right? It's not a joke. What is this? Oh. What's the ratio of this? So per the IRS in 2024, almost 84% of your entire country's tax revenue went to like entitlement programs. Like basically your entire country's tax revenue is going towards just that. Like, the big problem you people have is Social Security, right? Like it was just like when that idea was spawned, it was not intended for the way that the world currently operates. Like back when they first made Social Security, you started receiving the benefits at like what, 65? And the average life wasn't even 65, the average lifespan. And there's only like I don't remember what the number was, but some very small subset of population was eligible. Now like 1/3 of the US is on that thing, and the average lifespan has gone way higher. And for people that say that these people don't pay taxes, Jeff Bezos paid almost $3 billion in taxes last year. I'm thinking that Elon Musk had the highest tax payment ever recorded, right? In the US. In 2024, Amazon paid 13 billion in tax, Google paid 30 billion, Meta paid 11 billion. Seems like they're paying a lot of taxes to me. You use the highway. That is what is paid for with US federal taxes. Social Security will not be a problem. People got fair wages. No, there's actually a pretty good argument to be made that there should be no minimum wage. Because it's like a disincentive to hire people. If you know that you're forced to pay this like floor price for every single employee, like it raises the unemployment. Because there are people that will be willing to work for less than the minimum wage, but the person hiring can't afford to pay that many people minimum wage. Social, or the fact that you believe the highway is your federal income tax goes for things why. Federal taxes, primarily fuel, excise taxes, fund highways through the Highway Trust Fund. But they only cover about a quarter of the total spending. But don't the highways, aren't they already built there? Like, they're not doing a whole lot of, like, at this point, like, they just need to, like, patch them after, like, seasonal breakdowns and whatnot. Unless they're, like, still building out a bunch of highway infrastructure in the US. Maybe. I can't imagine it's like a huge drain on money. States and local paying the rest. The fund faces shortfalls because fuel tax revenues and keeping up with costs. Requiring general fund transfers. They haven't raised the fuel taxes since 92. Highway Trust Fund. This is the main federal mechanism, dedicated fund for highways and mass transit. Like, what are they doing with the highways exactly? Like, why is the highway such a drainage of money? Want morons to believe that their federal income tax pays for police, firemen, and highways when it isn't at all. I agree that there should not be a minimum wage. State police is paid for by state taxes. Local police paid for by local. Welfare depresses wages. Yeah, it seems to me like From what I can tell, I mean, maybe it's just like a news bias because like obviously I'm not in the US witnessing these things firsthand on a regular basis. But it seems to me like a lot of people there are abusing like these kind of programs, like welfare and whatnot. And the government's just fucking pissing away money on this crap. They just need to increase fuel tax and entirely remove any highway spending from the general fund. Highways and bridges need to be maintained. Yeah, but like, how much money could possibly be getting spent on that? It can't be that much. Because like here, for example, like, so the weather changes a lot here, right? The winters are super harsh, the summers are super warm. So like the expansion and contraction of the materials in the road cause it to like crack and have potholes, right? But even then, it's not that crazy of a. It's not like you see them out there 24/7 working. It's pretty rare you see work being done on the road. But I find it seems suspicious, just logically, to think that most of the tax revenue would be using for that, but maybe. 85% of the highway funding comes from fuel tax, used to be 100%. Road should be supported by the entire population. Just a trucker, everyone uses the roads. Yeah, I mean, that fuel thing makes sense, I suppose. Although, like, who's included in that fuel tax? Like, what about like facilities that use gasoline, for example? Like, are they getting taxed for the same thing, or is that you're talking about like strictly gasoline for vehicles? Which, like, how do you even like gauge that? Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, a 5-year. Plus, the other thing about that too, like, who is doing these repairs on the highways? Because like here, a lot of the like, I can tell you for sure here, a lot of the spending that goes on like city provided construction is incredibly fucking wasteful. Incredibly wasteful. They have like 50 fucking employees out there doing like nothing at the time. We'll leave this on in the background.
No fib, no tool, no glow, just space, but it hit 3 times like I own that place. Wig so clean, I brush my mark. Entry hit like a sniper spark.
In the oil fields, they use a lot of fuel, but they do not use public roads. Farmers use a ton of fuel, but they use the fuel for farm work.
Price came back like I knew who wrote it. No back test, just blood and logic. They hit by, I hit exotic. Price reverse like a flip the plot, not a thesis. Drown while I
They don't use the tractors to till the road.
I said plot smarter. They call it imaginary, but the stops don't. Dash line yellow, bounce too clean. Pixel tap twice, now they call it scheme.
Interesting. Yeah, because I was wondering, like, I'd imagine it would seem a bit unfair if people that like use gasoline for things not related to the actual roadway to have to pay a roadway tax on their gas. There should be a government agency that seeks out and removes waste, Doge perhaps. And then they have that. And then people like Bernie Sanders go against it and say that this guy was cutting a bunch of stuff. Wasn't he like anti-Doge? Yeah, that Joe Rogan podcast where like Elon Musk was talking about the kind of like wasteful spending he was seeing. It's pretty crazy. Even recently, what's the whole scandal with this whole Somalia thing in that one state with the other grifter? I think it's like Minnesota, right? Yeah, that story seems ridiculous. Who's the senator for the state? I saw some stat the other day, like Somalia's GDP is like 10 billion or something, and apparently they sent them like more money than like the entire country's GDP. Oh man. They have tax-free fuel, and I'm talking about used to be a farmer. Oh, interesting. Yeah, parents used to do that. Bernie was against Elon's methods. I'm all for better efficiency. Which taxpayer would not be for higher efficiency of tax dollars? Well, apparently a lot of them were. Apparently a lot of them are. Isn't that like half the arguments that happen in the US? Like the root of many call arguments. Elon wants cutting jobs without due diligence. Jobs that were necessary. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Ended up hiring them back. Yeah, but that's not like an argument to say that they were necessary. If your government is anything like ours, it is. And by the way, where I'm streaming right now, I live in like the capital of Canada, where all the government employees are. So I know a lot of government employees, a lot of them, because they all live in this city. And I can tell you with 100% fucking fact, from both witnessing it myself and knowing these people, and them telling me, it is the most lazy, fucking wasteful job I've ever. And they also can't fire you. They also can't fire you. Like worst case, they put you into like another like department. So you could be like the most dog shit fucking employee imaginable, get absolutely nothing done, and they can't fire you. Bernie. Like the best way to describe the government here is like you work an 8-hour workday, but you work like an hour a day, maybe 2 on a good day. I wouldn't be surprised if Elon could go there and do exactly what we did with Twitter, just fire like 90% of the employees and get the same shit done. That's all government jobs. Yeah, exactly. And these people are all like sitting there unproductive as hell. And the other thing is like they make shit even slower because like they hire so many people just like meet random quotas, and they have all these like unnecessary departments. And instead of just having like each department, like one task given to the department to get done, like this department has to consult with this one has to consult with this one, and then this one has to consult with this one, and then they're all like waiting for responses. Then if anything has to go back and forth, like repeat the whole chain. This is something that could have been taken like a day or two in a normal privatized company. It takes like a fucking week in this shit. I think there should be a small group of government officials who track every dollar spent and visit all government projects to identify and remove waste high accuracy. Well, should be a number of ways identified, not number of dollars saved. The same thing though, it's no difference. Like if you're in a like, if you know the amount of dollars that you saved, then you also know how much waste you identified, and vice versa. If you know how much waste you identified, you know how much dollars were being wasted on those things. It's like the numbers are the same thing. All government jobs can be contracted out to the lowest bidder, help increase efficiency. Yeah, I'm with Lyle on that one. That seems to be what happened to me, right? Seems like what happened to me. Also, seems like there's a lot, like based on that podcast, what he was saying, seems like there's like a lot of fraud going on there with the social security numbers. Interestingly enough, I saw a video of some guy who's like a professional scammer. And what he would do is he would go to like San Francisco where all like, the homeless people are. He would act as if he was part of, what do you guys call it? Like the BLS, the Bureau of like Labor Statistics. And he would act as if he was like doing a survey with these people. And he asked them for their social security number to like participate in the survey. Then he would take that and go to start like the whole chain of forgery, right? He was cutting jobs without regard to if it was essential if the government's run or not. And how do you know that? You just cut people for arbitrary reasons. Should have cut jobs by first identifying the wasted work. No, I'm seeking suspicion that's not true, right? If every single company that this person runs and every single person that works these companies, both with him or as their competitor, all say this person is like excellent at their job, what is the probability that this guy goes to the government and all of a sudden that's just completely false and you're just fucking everything up randomly? Probably slim to none, I'd imagine. No, like let's just assume. Let's just assume that for every 100 jobs he cut or whatever decisions he made, like 1 or 2 of them was incorrect. Let's just, for the sake of argument, that's still like extremely high efficiency. That makes spaceships couldn't possibly understand something as complicated as a national park service. Yeah, it is funny. Who's that girl? The other grifter girl? That grew up rich and acts poor. The AOC, I think her name is. Yeah, I saw a tweet where the other day making a video saying how like Elon Musk is like some like low IQ idiot. I can't take these people serious, honestly. And like, isn't she supposed to be like one of like potential like people to be leading the Democratic Party in the next election in 2028? It doesn't matter if you watch though. I'm repeating the made up headlines they put out. About 1/3 of people who were fired had to be fired back. Yeah, but just because they got hired back doesn't mean anything, right? Like, okay, imagine he bought Twitter, right? And he hired 90%, he fired 90% of the company. And then like a bunch of people like protested and blah, 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 till he had to like forfeit that position. And then they hired all those people back. Does that mean that he couldn't have run Twitter with 90% of the people fired, which is exactly what ended up happening? Because basically what happened here, right? You just kicked them out of the position after bitching nonstop, making a huge deal out of it. These are all thoughts I'm coming up with on my own. No one is seeing these arguments. So I'm glad as a Canadian, you see people as a grifters they are. I mean, the same in everywhere, right? Canada has the same problems. You have to pay the fired employees severance for 5 years. And we have to pay all those hired people for their salary all over again. Yeah, but like, why do they have to be fired? And also, what does that mean? So you're saying that they got fired, had to get paid severance 5 years, and then they got hired again, and they still got the 5-year severance pay? Is that true? That seems pretty egregious, right? Let's look some of this stuff up. Why did Doge fire EHS employees? And why did they get fired back? And the severance question. Five-year severance. Let's put this in Gemini so it's a little faster. Okay, so it seems like they were forced. It doesn't seem like they wanted to hire them back. It seems like they were forced to hire them back due to like judges and like Democratic policymakers complaining. There's already one issue. For those who were involuntarily fired and then reinstated by a court order or agency reversal, they did not receive a multi-year severance payout. So there's that. What does the other one say? Yeah, so it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with firing them in terms of like, what's it called? Like, it doesn't seem like the DHS could have not functioned without these people. It just seems like a political grift by judges more than anything, based on what I'm reading. You guys wrote a lot. Let me scroll back up. Goddamn. Standard federal severance for involuntary separations. I mean, according to this, that's not true. Like, if someone is reemployed, severance stops, according to Gemini and ChatGPT. Also, there's this. So, like, when they offered them the fork in the road thing, like, they could have been, like, leave and get paid for it. If those people wanted to come back as well, or if not, if they wanted to come back, if they declined the offer to come back, they would forfeit their severance and unemployment entitlements. So it seems like that's not true. And they put the contract back on auction and he won it again for the same money, million. That 9% will come back next year, just wait, population only grows. Well, we're on a population decline, actually, but... and asked to be reemployed at later dates after your severance expire. Not sure. But it doesn't seem like they were getting doubled, like salary and severance. Seems like it was one or the other, not both. My dad was fired, got paid 2-year severance, plus extra because they fired him for no reason. There's a huge court case over it. They had to pay him interest too and damages. My dad got both. Is there any case of people getting paid both severance and salary? Was there any court-related manner or court-related stories related to this?
ghost. I don't flinch, I just align. She say got hit, I said by design. I don't speak, just draw and drift. They force trades, I let it shift. You saw green, I saw trap. You got loud, I just snap. Same mistake on a brand new day. Same result, just less to say. History loop like a silent kill. He swung hard, I stayed still. Oh, they got again and again. Same old zone, same fake trend. I don't chase, I just ascend. They drop bags, I press in. Watch them slip, deja vu. Press it clean, I already knew. Said they learn, but it ain't true. Got once now, king is still. Stuff got clipped out.
This is what this says.
Still flip. She asked how you that come through it. I said math don't need to prove it. Line so like you missed the plot. What price?
So according to this, it's a misconception that people think that people got paid both. And in reality, that was not the case. So what happened was that a judge would rule that a firing was likely illegal and order the agency to undo it. Because Doge had often already reassigned or deleted the employees' login credentials and office space, the agencies couldn't actually put them back to work immediately. And the result of this was that the employees received their full salary while staying at home. To the public, this looked like severance, but legally it was a salary because they remained technically employed. So they're never actually getting, it was never actually technically severance pay. What's the other one say?
Trigger pull, no warning, just smoke.
So I'm assuming there's like a law against this. It's called double dipping.
Chart ran fast and flipped that script. No luck here, just math that click. Boss they broke, I load and drip. They set hopes, I set ends. He got hit, I hit trends. What got tagged? That was mine. Exit clean, no overtime. Draw that level, wait for flash. He saw candle, I saw cash. You saw hype, I saw math. You chase pumps, I chase path. She asked, what's that zone you drew? I said, where the smoke come through. Take profit set, don't need to guess. It hit like shotties to the chest. TP got hit clean like a headshot. Price ran up, then dropped like dead stock.
I don't see anything about the court case though. I'm not sure. The only court case it's referencing is like the fact that they like overturned the jobs, like the firings kind of thing. You have to pay me. He settled before the case went to trial. They gave us a lot of money to keep our mouth shut. I had to give testimony, Rose defense. Postponing a new job until your severance ends, meaning carefully reading your severance agreement for clauses that stop payments if you get new work. Understanding how the payments work, affect unemployment, potentially negotiating a later start date with a new employer with avoiding money violating your old contract. Keys aligning your new start with your old agreement's rules. Well, when you said big court case, I thought you meant like thousands of people were in this case, like a class action kind of thing. I didn't know you meant when you said a big court case. I didn't think you were talking about you specifically. Yeah, obviously I'm not gonna know your specific case. Seems pretty niche though, what you're describing. Like, let's just suppose what happened with your story is like all correct. Doesn't seem to be some widespread issue that cost the government like billions and billions and billions of dollars because he fucked shit up. But either way, like, what is... It's kind of irrelevant, right? This whole thing's kind of irrelevant to the whole Doge thing. So like, what is the argument that like, because like some small 1% or smaller subset of these employees had to get rehired and lost them some money, that therefore it was like a failed operation? And from everything that I've read, it doesn't seem like they needed to rehire these people. It seems like they were forced to rehire them. It wasn't due to like, oh god, like, we don't have enough employees to do this anymore. Fuck, we need to like, scramble to get new employees. I guess we can ask it if there's any more context on that.
They chase dreams. I chase data. That's the difference. It's all about the math. No signal, no path. I mark it, I wait. Then click and collapse. It's all about the math.
Doge fire people without cause. Oh, what? Oh, the chat's on top mode. Whoops. Okay, the chat makes more sense now. I was wondering why the chat was all fucked up. It was on the stupid top mode again. It was on the stupid top mode again. Damn. We refreshed this thing and changed it back. Yeah, I was like, who's this guy talking to? The government, when the government wastes money. Torture people without cause. Well, like, first of all, so according to this, the people that they were fired were asked, like, so it seems like they were requested to submit like a weekly report of what you got done at work that week. The people that didn't want to partake in that, whether they didn't submit it at all or they submitted it and it was like lackluster compared to their role, were the ones that were targeted to get fired. And secondly, like, do you really need a reason to fire somebody? Like, if I have 100 software engineers developing a website and I only need 90 of them, I can just fire the, or if I only need 10 of them, then I can just fire the 90. I don't need a fucking reason. They're just useless employees. Good enough reason to me. A good enough reason to me. Yeah, let's not get too aggressive here, right? We're just gonna yap it out. Some liberal activists judged. What does that word even mean? Bequeathed? Oh my gosh, I've never even heard that before. What a word. What a word. Interesting. But there is also a factor. We have to consider that the fact that judges are can get quite political as well. Ohio is a Republican state. Depends on your contract. Even in at-will states, a termination without cause becomes illegal if it falls in the category of wrongful termination, which occurs when the firing violates specific clause or agreement. Firing an employee, particularly protected leave under. Yeah, no one's talking. What? No one's talking about any of this. Why you? Why'd you post all that? No one said anything about that. But like an employee being unnecessary is not for no reason. It's because they're not necessary. Should we just hire like 10,000 people just for the sake of saying we have 10,000 employees when we only need like 5,000? Just wasting money at that point. And I'm reading through the reasons of rehiring these people. It does seem like it was just because it was court ordered. I asked the things about like, were there any issues due to the lack of employees essentially, and it doesn't seem to be the case. Aside from like whatever being potentially like illegal based on stuff you're writing. You said you can't fire people at will. I think they should be able to fire them at will. Like if you need more employees, then yeah, hire more people. But if you don't need them, then fire them, right? We sign a contract saying you're going to pay someone X dollars for X work, and then cancel the contract part way. There are usually penalties associated with that. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but like at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like if you cut like the workforce of like your business like 50%, like going onwards into the future, then sure, you might have to pay these people severance and whatnot, but in the long run, you save way more money. Could cut another 40% of government employees and never know they're gone. Like going to the ER when you're sick. Yeah, but that's different though. Like, I'm sure he's not referencing specifically jobs that are like in demand, right? We're talking about probably a lot of like paper pushing government jobs, right? Because like, yeah, when it comes to nurses or whatnot, there's like a need for them, so there's no need to lay them off. But do you need like 50 accountants for like one small department in some state when you could get the same job done with like 3 of them. Putting your money in the bank. National Social Security check, for unemployment. Yeah, but like those aren't arguments to have more people, right? Like, first of all, a lot of that stuff can be automated via some like computer system. Like, you don't even need humans. The ER. Emergency Medical Treatment Labor Act. Yeah, can't anyone go to the ER in the US? Isn't that the gist of it, from what I understand? Like, even if you're like an illegal alien. Like, that seems pretty reasonable. But probably also an issue, right? If you have a ton of illegal aliens. Because like somebody's gotta pay for those services. If there's like 20 million of them just showing up at the hospital on a regular basis. Quite the strain on taxpayers. People at the ER are hired by the executive branch. There are 3 branches of government. Need to fund the government property branch to function properly. Yeah, no one is debating any of that. Like the debate is that there's a lot of people. There are many such cases where there are multiple people doing jobs that one person could accomplish. Which is a lot of wasteful employees. And it also makes things more inefficient, like that whole bubble drawing from earlier. The bigger it gets, the more inefficient things become. Especially in an environment like that, where people aren't like being held accountable for like a lack of output. And like, I'm saying these things from the perspective of the government here, but it seems like it's the same story there, right? If not worse. Because you guys have so many states, and each state has like their own little fucking niche thing going on. Not only fire people from the executive branch. There are people in the executive branch who contribute to support public hospitals. I don't think one person is enough for all hospitals in the United States. Like, why are we talking about this hospital thing again? And nothing impacted that, did it? We're kind of like arguing some like imaginary situation that never even occurred. Or maybe it did, I don't know. Even worse, totally inundated with inefficiency and grift. Arguing with you is exhausting. Plus, from what he said on that podcast, it seems like Doge is still going on in some capacity. Are there other people still running it behind the scenes?
Move through the dark. You see chaos. I see sparks. They chase and pose. I let go. I don't trade fear. I let it flow. The wind came close. It kissed the zone. They all hoped up. I stayed alone. They all dealt breath. I held code. They broke down. I just float. Precision. The way you place the line so quiet,
Interesting.
but it feels right on time, no tension,
Keeps using irrelevant examples, shows them understanding of funding government works.
just silent.
You guys are funny. You guys are funny.
Price returned to where it always belonged.
I mean, my takeaway from this, it seems like Doge is on the right path, right?
Marco.
Seems like it got its legs cut out from under them for no apparently good reason. Seems like the case. Meditate being a bad idea. If he said that, I don't think it's in the context of your thinking. I think it's more so like the fact that he was in the political spotlight and had like the news machine going against him was a bad idea. Not that Doge itself was a bad idea. Because he seemed like it was. If you watch the Joe Rogan podcast where he was on, I don't know if it was I think it was the most recent one. Maybe he's done one since then. I think I was listening to it on the drive here actually when I came back to start streaming again. It seemed like he was pretty like passionate about the whole thing. Do you think bureaucrats have any effect on your ER visit other than slow down red tape and paperwork? So there was a bad idea to help government and there's idiots out there gullowing down every fake ass negative headline. You would crack out. 2025, Elon Musk probably characterized leadership as only someone successful and maybe he would not do it over again. Yeah, but I don't think, like, I think you're misinterpreting that. Like, not do it over again isn't having to deal with the whole political headache that came with it, is what he meant. Because like think about it. Like he cuts some job, which is probably correct to cut. And then the entire like left-leaning news goes on TV and starts saying that like just the most ridiculous stories, right? Oh, it doesn't care about the people, blah, blah, blah. And that's happening for every decision that he makes. It's happening. Boom, boom, boom. So I'm just gonna focus on robots instead of trying to fix the government. Yeah, that's what he said in the interview. The best approach, right? Best approach to things. Like being in the government just seems like a pain in the ass. HH. What is it? HH. HHS. USA. Human Health Services. They fund our research with our tax dollars. Medical companies can make billions. The working class gets fleeced. Yeah, wasn't there a bunch of like fraud coming out of this thing? Don't quote me on that. I don't know. I recall seeing some stories around this. Or maybe not this entity specifically, but like some kind of health body. Actually, I don't know if it was this one. At the end of the day, the research fuels medical advancement that helps the entire population. And we have zero return on investment. I mean, I think that the devs they kind of because like I don't think you want the people that are developing it also doing the research, right? Because there's a lot of like fraudulent behavior when that happens. Like they just skew studies to like, oh, the research suggests that you should be doing such and such. When they're just saying that to like sell you whatever they developed. It's probably a good idea to have some like regulated third-party government source of research. Although they probably do the same thing, if we're being honest, in some capacity. Like the medical lobbying is like one of the biggest ones. HHS verifies the studies are true. I don't know, logically it seems like you probably need both. You definitely wouldn't want to be relying on like just like Pfizer giving you like the studies of like the medicine they're developing. There's been plenty of cases where they like manipulate the statistics of their studies. And like not just them, also like the food companies and whatnot. People in HSS are allowed their own patents for the shit that they force on us. Yeah, COVID was a bit egregious, right? HSS is basically owned by Pfizer. Yeah, I'd imagine because like the lobbying for these medical companies is like insane. Insane. I believe HSS does an excellent job with the COVID pandemic. I don't know about that. Definitely way more overblown than they made it seem, right? We talked about this before. But I remember we were looking up the mortality rates and whatnot. like there are plenty of places around the world that did not go to the lengths that like Canada and US did for their like pandemic protocol, and then they're just fine. They're just fine. Meanwhile, here was like the max lockdown, get the vaccine or you're fired, like the most extreme response possible. I'm gonna get some food though. I'll be back while you guys sort that out. Wow, you're so aggressive, man. Relax. Relax. While I get some delicious raspberries.
La línea ya no miente. Price moves slow, pero toca mi mente. Yellow dash, they say pretend, but I just wait and then it bends. La línea, she move like a flame. Wick so close, then hit my name. Feel so soft like lips at night. They call it ghost, I call it right. I draw that dash, no decoration. She touched that zone, no hesitation. Matemática sin emoción, pero como baila esa reacción. Late night feeling, no notification. TP hit pure confirmation. She bouncing curve like algo cold. You chase the break, I ride the mode. No necesito suerte, no necesito fe. Just a silent shot in my PNL, okay. They call it random, but I see the way. Price don't lie, if I play. La línea ya no miente, no. Price moves slow, pero toca mi mente. Yellow dash, they say pretend, but I just wait and then it bends. La línea, she move like a flame. Wick so close, then in my name. Feel so soft like lips at night. They call it ghost, I call it right. Marcado, limpio, nivel sagrado. No lo toco, solo el mercado. Imaginary, solo si no ves, pero el precio baila como mi ex. Whisper close when she taps my line. Pixel perfect, almost divine. They draw noise, I draw design. They lose control, I sip my wine. Tú lo ves, no lo creo. Tú lo sientes como fuego. Imaginary, solo pa' ellos, pero ella toca donde quiere. La línea ella no miente, no. Price moves slow, pero toca mi mente. Yellow dash, they say pretend, but I just wait and then it bends. La línea, she move like a flame. Wick so close, then hit my name. Feel so soft like lips at night. They call it ghost, I call it right. She touch it again. Same line, same night. You call it love, I call it math. Marcos.
Again, which means always Marcos.
He got again, not new. Same with Kit, same fate too. Shot flip fast, I ain't blink. Man play clean, he ain't think. Got bad, twice maybe three. Try break out, price played me. You chase green, I lay traps. You play loud, I press maps. He got again, not new. Same with Kit, same fate too. Shot flip fast, I ain't blink. Man play clean, he ain't think. Got bad, twice maybe three. Try break out, price played me. You chase green, I lay traps. You play loud, I press maps. Same candle, same scream. Same thread, new dream. He said it's different, it ain't. I drew that line in paint. You click buy, click pause. You hit top, I hit cause. You want hype, I want price. You still lose, I trade twice. She said how we get wrecked again. I said same zone, same end. He saw pump, I saw snare. He got caught, I wasn't there. He got cut, he got cut. I wasn't there. He got cut, he got cut. He got again, not new. Same wick hit, same fate too. Shot flip fast, I ain't blink. Math play clean, he ain't think. Got bad, twice twice, maybe three. Try break out, price played me. You chase green, I lay traps. You play loud, I press maps. Mark that zone with silence first. He stepped loud, charted the worst. Stop, got clap. I watched
Got
it
this
fall. I
ear drop.
Draw once, I wait weeks. He 8 moves, I press peaks. You tweak.
We got the ear drop in our brain. Which tool am I? It's the kind of person allows for the system to be fucked up power circle jerk it is. You guys are actually comedy. I'm sure you guys have a lot in common, right? Usually the case with this stuff. Quintuple vax. Hepatitis B vax necessary. Didn't they like lower some of these vaccines recently or something like that? It was not like the news story. Something along those lines. Never contribute to, I don't even know what that is, encephalitis, cause autism. But like, okay, like let's assume these vaccines cause autism. Like, isn't the rate super low regardless? Well, first of all, I guess we can look up this both of it. It's not even like hepatitis B. Like, first of all, if you get hepatitis B, like, are you gonna die? Like, how severe of a disease is this? Or like infection? One cannot live without a liver. Dr. Rubin. We just look it up ourselves, right? It's rarely fatal during the initial phase, and the real danger lies in chronic infection, where the virus stays in the body for decades. Okay, interesting. The higher risk to infants and the difficulty of avoiding exposure throughout the lifetime. Unlike adults, if an infant is infected, often during birth, you have a 90% chance of developing lifelong chronic infection, which is why the first dose is recommended at birth. Like, how is it? Like, how do you... How would a baby be exposed to this is my question, I guess. Like, aren't they born in like a sterile delivery room? Your parents probably don't have it, etc. Seems like the vaccine is hyper effective though. Wow, nearly 100% effective rate. You get it from sharing needles, having sex with an infected partner. They're literally sick with a newborn baby almost instantly. Oh, apparently it can live on surfaces. Like I was reading, where was it? Where was it? Oh, it can survive on surfaces for up to a week and be transmitted through microscopic amounts of blood or body fluids. Interesting. Adults normally get it that way. Babies, you get it from the mother. You may have hepatitis B and not know it. The mother tests it to have hep B, then it makes sense to give it. Yeah, that seems fair enough. The chance we don't pick it up on that test. That test is for active infection. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It can be like dormant in you? Seems like a flaw. I mean, I don't know the methodology for testing it, but seems like it needs to be reworked in some capacity if possible. Apparently dormant hepatitis B can be detected, but requires a very specific set of blood tests. I'm not sure if this is true or not. In some cases, the virus is so dormant that the surface antigen test comes back negative, but the virus is still living in the liver cells. This is called the occult hepatitis B infection. Inactive carrier. Interesting. I think you just mentioned that, right? A little earlier. Babies can get exposed very easily. A lot of vaccines contribute to our greater life expectancy. Without them, we can go back to average lifespan 35. Yeah, I just read all that stuff you're mentioning. Seems to be pretty accurate. There have been studies. Well, my question is this whole like what the argument against it, right? Isn't the argument against it that it like leads to autism or something of that nature? Isn't that the gripe people have with it? If not, like, what's the big deal? But I mean, I asked it about this autism link. It doesn't seem like there's a link per se. At least not like a scientifically provable one. And it attributes the rise of autism to like more advanced testing of detecting if someone has autism or not. So like 30 years ago, someone that is autistic would have been considered autistic, whereas now they would be. But I don't know if that's like the thing you guys are talking about or not. The gripe is to get within 24 hours of being born. What's the issue with that? Absolutely has not. According to this thing, they did. Oh, whoops! Thought something was about to go flying. A large meta-analysis was conducted with 5 cohort studies that involved over 1 million children and found no relationship between the vaccine and autism. It was about like a 99% like unrelated. But like also, I suppose like there could be issues with how these studies were conducted, or like things are overlooked perhaps. I don't know. I've never got kind of looked into, like since I don't have any kids and I'm already an adult, I can't say I ever cared to kind of research at this point in time in my life. So I'm not particularly well informed on this whole dilemma of vaccines and autism. But from my understanding, from like surface reading in the past and what I'm looking at right now, that doesn't seem to be the case. But I also don't know. I haven't like read these actual studies and seen like if there's any kind of potential issue. Maybe the studies were done by these like vaccine companies and they skewed the data, so on and so forth. So there could be like, a lot of weird stuff going on that I'm not aware of. I can't say one way or the other. Way too many hours and the virus replicates too fast. Yeah, I read some crazy statistic here. It said it was like, where was it? Like something about it being like 50 to 100 times like more potent at spreading than like HIV, I think was the number it had. Where'd it go? Yeah. You guys are typing a lot. I gotta scroll back. God damn. They screen every mother for Hep B. Don't test every baby for encephalitis. What is that? And inflammation of the brain. Caused by infection or an allergic reaction. How do you even test for that? How do they even test that? Interesting. You want to test a baby for encephalitis? Usually the practice of medicine, people have medical license. 0 double-blind studies have ever been done. 0. That's an interesting point, actually, right? That also would be like a kind of a workaround. Like the vaccine causes the inflammation, and that's what leads to autism. That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective. Don't vax your kids. The claim that hepatitis B vaccine causes autism has been thoroughly disproven by decades of extensive scientific research. Numerous large-scale studies of meta-analysis worldwide have consistently found no link between the hepatitis B vaccine and any other vaccine. The myth originated from a fraudulent 1998 study, blah, blah, blah. The guy lost his license. Damn. I don't know why I wants to test that. There can be a great many causes. Does not tell you if the baby has hepatitis B or not. Well, makes sense. I mean, I don't know. Is that what does that lead to the? Is that what causes autism potentially? Like your brain swelling? I guess it only matters because like my immediate thought process was like, if I go and headbutt my wall hard as fuck right now, and my brain starts swelling, like I'm not gonna become autistic, am I? Seems like it's only like it has to do with like when your brain's still developing as a kid. But this kind of makes sense though. Like if that vaccine is known to cause that potentially, I can see a case where it could be made. There's 0% chance read the actual breadth of the studies and then say what the fuck is BS. As it comes to a serious problem, they don't go, oh, it's a fever, totally normal. Send me a study that shows HPV causes autism. Most obvious thing in the world, simply brainwash people in the medical community that rush to hush us and revoke the medical license. Almost no proper. But is this actually a side effect of the thing though? Like a known side effect of the vaccine? Does the Hep B vaccine have what was the word? As a known side effect or potential side effect. Like, okay, let's just make the argument that that this vaccine does cause the brain swelling. Potentially. And that can potentially lead to autism. Like, what is the rate? Like how many lives are saved from the hepatitis B vaccine versus how many autistic kids are being like made because of the vaccine kind of thing? If the ratio is like 5,000 lives saved per one life ruined, essentially. I mean, a bit unfortunate, but probably worth it.
Said you chart too much, it's fake, then watch they stop, get set ablaze. I don't blink, I don't flinch, size too tight, reward too rich. They post memes, I post feels, they chase dreams, I press kills. Got caught lag, I caught my win. He ran code, I locked that pin. You doubt lines, I shift price. She said that bounce, I said precise. Said I'm delusional, still I'm up. Math on the screen and they call it luck. Fade that move, price bleed abrupt. They trade vibes, I press, I cut.
Interesting. I mean, according to the CDC and the Institute of Medicine, there's no proven link between the vaccine and swelling. But then the very next bullet point that the thing responds with, in medical literature, there are very rare case reports describing a condition called acute disseminated encephalomyelitis occurring after a hepatitis B shot, which leads to a brief but intense inflammation of the brain and the spinal cord. That seems a little alarming. Seems a little alarming reading that. Also, how do they quantify very rare? They didn't put any numbers behind this. There's a study on it called risk benefit analysis. I don't have the numbers, but it's a huge margin. It might happen to 1 or 2 patients in all of the United States. It's very obvious double speak. What does that mean? ChatGPT gave like an opposing answer. According to ChatGPT, this encephalitis is listed as a reported, although very rare, adverse event in the official product information of hepatitis B vaccines. Interesting. Although it's listing Canadian, like specific, like I don't know what Canadian product monograph means, but it's listing Canadian ones. So maybe it's like the law here forces them to say that, whereas in the US it doesn't. Because you have to consider if every single baby is getting this thing, every single baby that's born is getting one of these vaccines, that's like a lot of money, right? That these companies are getting for developing this. So a lot of incentive to kind of keep this hush hush, we'll say. They don't test for it and the baby doesn't die. They just have severe neurological impairments. The rest are severe neurological impairments the rest of their lives. There's no link that say it happens. Encephalitis is on a spectrum. Hepatitis B is dirt cheap. But like, I mean, I don't know what your definition of dirt cheap is, but like, just suppose it's like $1 a baby. Like, how many babies are born every day? Or maybe it's way less than that. And how many babies are born every day globally? But like, do people have this issue with all vaccines, or is it like this hepatitis one specifically? What the hell? What kind of scam is this? What kind of fucking scam is this? And the cost to produce one dose of the hepatitis V vaccine is 10 to 50 cents. And it's sold in the private sector in the US and Canada for $30 to $65. What? What? What is the ratio on that? People are fucking juicing. I'm about to be a vaccine developer. Mega juice. That is mega juice, god damn. And there's 300,000 babies born per day. Damn. We have legislation that protects vaccine producers from lawsuits. 10,000 a day in the US. This is just the most egregious and unnecessary one. You see now. Well, what I would want to know is like, to me, it comes down to the ratio, right? Whoops. Whoops.
They say it's not real, but Price keeps touching. She does too, just like clockwork. Marco, what?
Like, I don't know, like, is hepatitis B that serious? Or, like, that's my question. Is hepatitis B that serious? And if it is, then yeah, like how many, the ratio of like lives saved to the ratio of potential autistic children, probably like the biggest determining point for me. I'm not even saying don't give it, just wait till the baby's a few weeks old. Why is the probability of the brain swelling much lower at that point? I know hepatitis B infections amongst infants and children have dropped 99%. There are no increased risks. The argument is that the Hep B vaccine is immediately given, so parents don't notice the changes in their child after later vaccines. Seems like a bit of a conspiracy theory, that one. I suppose it is possible. Reason we give all the vaccines at birth is to reduce office visits. Well, okay, if you don't literally need it at birth, then it doesn't seem like the worst idea to wait, especially if you can have noticeable changes. Does the vaccine need to be administered immediately after birth? Or no? Or no? Or no?
How'd you know? I said I didn't guess. I drew it. And she came back. Like Price always does.
Oh, yeah, this changed this week. On December 16, 2025, the CDC officially changed its long-standing policy, moving away from universal birth dose for all babies. Answer now depends entirely on the mother's health status. So if the mother tests positive or status is unknown, then it is administered within 12 hours.
yellow dash from yesterday. Still bounce clean like I never say. You draw noise, I draw a fade. They press fast, I set the gate.
And if the mother test negative, you can now delay it until 2 months old. So it seems like you can have it both ways now. It went from 4,000 a year ago. What number? What is that number? 4,000 what? One large injection versus many small injections. Better to go for the big one to limit the risk of toxic shock. Interesting. No, funnily enough, and speaking of one massive injection, that combination vaccine is the most expensive one being sold by far. By far. Like, obviously it has more than one vaccine in it because it's the combination. But just saying, just saying. That one is the highest cost by far. CDC changed it because of Kennedy. All the other health organizations are protesting against it. And the libs are in an uproar against it.
You draw dreams, I draw design. You feel heat, I feel the sign. You beg hope, I place mine.
4,000 deaths a year from the vaccine?
I caught the line, price hit the line, they call it fake. Came right back, I saw the shake. Same yellow dash from yesterday.
Wait, are you saying that there was 4,000 deaths a year, and now that they stopped doing it, it's down to 1,800 just from delaying the vaccine? But I also don't know if that's like a big enough data set to like kind of make a definitive statement. Because like there are a lot of babies that die at birth, right? Could be for like a multitude of reasons. And it could just so happen that like this year had less at birth deaths than the year before. But like if that was the only change and it went from that number to like from 4,000 to like 100, that'd be pretty like an interesting number, right? Taiwan. The liver cancer risk.
That's what they say till price hit math and fade away. They call me lost, I call that data. I play slow, I print later, delusional. I heard that noise while they drown, I deploy poise. No debate.
From Hep B prior to the vaccine versus after. Oh, people that die from hepatitis B per year. Most who die from it are intravenous drug users. I mean, it makes sense. It's all like sharing needles and whatnot.
That's what they say till price hit math and fade away. They call me lost, I call that data. I play slow, I print later, delusional. I heard that noise while they drown, I deploy poise. No debate, I place, I sit. Price don't lie, they just don't get it. They want higher.
Hepatitis B vaccination dramatically slashed mortality rates by preventing infections, especially in newborns, leading to huge drops in acute cases. Chronic care. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't doubt the thing works. I'm not saying like the vaccine's like it doesn't work or anything like that.
I'll feel the math is the math. Marcos.
Doesn't seem like a big deal to wait for it though, with the 2-month waiting period. By 2014, preventing pre or perinatal transmission alone. Wait for more than a day that infection can spread too far. Yeah, but at the end of the day, like, like, I mean, according to this, if the mother is tested and she's negative, but I don't know, hard to say because some of that, like some of the stuff we were reading earlier, apparently can be like it can be dormant kind of thing. Like on the flip side though, okay, so apparently if this HBsAg is negative, only in that case can you defer it for 2 months or up to 2 months. Every other situation still requires you to get it immediately within 12 hours. And the thing about it too as well is that, okay, at the end of the day, like if the parents are deciding not to get it right away and then the kid does end up having hepatitis B, that's like a punishment enough, I suppose, right? They kind of fucked around and found out the hard way. Tricky, I don't know. I don't know where to fall on it. Cause like it's like a trade-off, right? Do you want to risk your kid having hepatitis B potentially, or you want to risk them being autistic potentially? Both seem like pretty niche, unprobabilistic scenarios, and we don't even know if there's necessarily even a relation of having autism from this stuff. I wouldn't do that. HSB, you have to remember, Canadian medical degree. Yeah, but it's not like this. Okay, look, whenever like Trump goes on stage to talk about things, or Kennedy guys goes on stage to talk about things, they're not just fucking ranting about shit they don't know nothing about, right? Usually they have like a team of medical expert advisors that give them the policy for medicine, and then they have like for instance, the guy on this podcast, like there's this guy in the little picture. He's like the guy who he consults with for like AI and like crypto related policy. Like they're deferring their opinion to like experts in the field, and then kind of just guiding from there. It's not like fucking this guy just goes on stage and starts fucking ranting because he just thinks of it for the lulz. Hepatitis D, hepatitis B, or I don't know what D does. There is no risk of autism with vaccination. Yeah, but we just sat here reading how there's clearly cases where like there is brain swelling, and the thing even warns about it on the documentation. So like if you know that there is the potential for brain swelling, and you know that the potential for brain swelling can lead to the other thing, then there's not like some far-fetched conspiracy theory to say like, yeah, it could actually cause it. Kennedy deliberately ignores his advisors once he knows a medical degree. He only surrounds himself with conspiracy theorists. You can listen to dude talk, he doesn't know what he's saying. I don't know about that, right? A lot of the stuff that he talks about the food industry is like pretty valid, right? I mean, I don't know enough, but I haven't heard him talk about enough things to know one way or the other. It seems a bit far-fetched what you're saying, right? Oh, you have a medical degree? Get the fuck out of here. It seems a little far-fetched. Canada has a lower rate of Hep B than the US, and most of Canada gives up to 2 months or even at school age. Yeah, like where I live, they don't give it to you until you're like 10 years old or something. If you're in a, I don't know what grade you'd be in. But you're definitely not a baby, I'll tell you that much. It's like, oh, you're 2 years before you go into high school is where they give you it here. Canada is 1 in 50 rate of autism, US is 1 in 31. That's quite the increase, but I don't know if you can necessarily just say it's because of that specific thing, right? US autism is caused by a lot of things, but hepatitis B vaccine not a primary cause. Genetics is a big cause, people having kids older age. Pesticides, air pollution exposure. Yeah, I mean, there are lots of causes. I mean, I'm not sure why there's like a huge discrepancy between the US and Canada. But it seems that there's quite the discrepancy. I'm not sure if that data is correct or not. I guess we can like ask it, right? What is the rate of autism in Canada versus... It's funny how this all started from this guy Bernie Sanders AI. Now we've gone down this massive rabbit hole, like Lord knows what. I need to finish eating so I can brush my teeth. I need to put my Invisalign back in. The degree teaches you things that are demonstrably not true, and when people that end up in the field are complete repeaters, none of them think at all. I'm not sure if that's true though, because there's plenty of like I've seen plenty of doctors that like kind of go both ways on this kind of stuff. Like during the COVID scenario, there's a lot of doctors that were like taking both sides of the argument. Apparently, the discrepancy. I mean, I don't know how true this is, but allegedly, the US has a higher rate than Canada because the US does more screening and whatnot. Like researchers say that the Canadian one is underrepresented, and they did like a more recent study in one of our provinces that the rate was 1 in 25, so essentially the same. Make of that what you will. Person teaches us how to thoroughly vet information, analyze studies for power. Yeah, but like I mean, like the one gray area you always remember with that, like what if the numbers are just cooked in the study? So always something that we need to consider. Genetics give you the susceptibility to immune response, which means more inflammation, means more brain inflammation. We were always told to question everything they taught us. That's not how the immune system works. Are you gonna Are they? I don't think they are passed down necessarily, right? I don't think allergies are just one-to-one passed down. Maybe peanuts specifically, they are. Like for instance, I have like a kiwi allergy. My parents don't have a kiwi allergy. And like one of my cousins has like a crazy seafood allergy. They can't eat like any seafood. Whereas like her parents are like from Spain, where my family's from, and they eat seafood like on a regular basis. Specific allergies are not passed down, but the tendency to be allergic is. So if both parents don't have the allergy, it's like a 10 to 15% chance of developing the allergy. If one parent has it, it's 30 to 50%. And if both parents have the allergy, then it's 60 to 80% that you're going to have the same allergy. Interesting. Interesting. Allergies have a strong genetic link, meaning the tendency to develop allergies is inherited, not necessarily the specific allergy itself. Interesting. Oh, we got our own ChatGPT, right? That was a little literally a ChatGPT. ChatGPT in the chat. Or are you just researching it on the spot? Allergies to what the hell is an adjuvant? Adju. Oh, we're learning a lot right now. Holy shit. Yeah. I have a general idea how to respond. Determine how the immune system responds to adjuvants. How the allergic response is more likely to develop. I tend to make small inaccuracies in my statements if I don't use it. It requires too much brain power to go back and check my text for error. Wait, hold on, why were we talking about this again? I need to scroll back. How do we get on the allergy rant? Okay, the brain inflammation point. Okay.
They leverage too much. Too quick. Too loud. Now they empty. I'm still here. Marcos.
There are things you can do when the baby's born to prevent the allergy. Really? Because I have allergies to dogs and cats. Well, if I could prevent that, that would be pretty cool. Wouldn't be the first time I've been cock blocked by a fucking dog or cat allergy. But I just keep reacting on me at all times just in case. My argument is a genetic factor. Of autism is because susceptibility. Yeah, but like, I mean, isn't there some kind of, because like I know someone that did something like this. Like don't they essentially kind of inject you with the allergen on like a regular cadence to build up your tolerance over time, essentially? One of the people I used to play COD with did that. Immunotherapy, allergy shots, gradually increase the doses. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that genetic brain swelling stuff that you just mentioned, Lyle, yeah, I mean, seems fair enough. Doesn't seem like the most unreasonable of arguments. Because it seems like you can get it both ways now. Like you both of you have your pie. You both have your pie. You can eat it, right? You can get the injection right away or delayed if you want. at the risk of condemning your child to liver cancer.
No need to try. You post heat, I mark the core. You trade breakout, I trade floor. Value built
It is done in a very controlled environment, so they don't go trying to do it yourself.
moons, I fade the sun. TPO form, that game been run.
What do you think? I'm gonna go buy like put dog hair in like liquefied form, just inject myself with it?
Our shape. You got rock, I set that bait. They don't track value shift.
Ugh.
They don't track time spent. They just guess. Marcos.
Yeah, well, I wasn't planning on doing it myself. Oh, that's funny. Was that actually what they do? Interesting. But I wasn't planning on doing it myself. Oh, it's funny. Interesting. Because like, for my understanding, it's not the okay, like hypoallergenic dogs aren't like a real thing. It's like fake news. But like some people have allergies more so to the hair than the dander. And I'm like more on the dander side of things. Because even with hyperallergenic dogs, it's like the same kind of issue. And it's not like a particularly serious allergy. Like I can get by fine for the most part, but my brother makes the doses himself. He has a lab in the basement of his home. He's licensed to manufacture the drugs. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. One of my friends has that too. You can order all kinds of drugs to your house, right? You can literally whatever you want. Even ones that some might consider recreational. An allergy panel. That's never bothered. It's not like, because I normally just take Reactin. Pharmacocaine. Yeah, exactly. One of my yeah, one of my friends is like kind of the same position as your brother. So he had like the license, just order whatever he wanted at his house. Okay, let's play some of this for now. I want to see what this whole bit is about.
Articulate what is actually happening. There's a tremendous amount of capital being put at risk against infrastructure to build out the capacity for many companies, the entire economy, the entire industry to deliver AI tools. There isn't an aggregation at this stage of value creation, with the exception of NVIDIA, which has really got this $3 trillion market cap creation that's happened in the last couple of years. Peter Thiel said this best. He's like, look at all the money that's going into AI. There's really only one company that's making any money, and that's NVIDIA. Like at this point, the jury's still out. We don't even know what AI is. It's sort of like when the internet was happening. You know, everyone thought these fiber optic switch companies were going to make all the money. Turns out that was wrong. It was the end applications that made all the money. And they compete in many different markets, from Google to Amazon to Uber. You can go down the list of all the beneficiaries of the core infrastructure technology of the internet that was built out. So what is really going on? Well, AI is the new lightning rod for fear and for divisiveness that ultimately breeds compliance and control, which is where these politicians are trying to drive the populace and the voting conditions in the United States. And that's what's going on right now. There's a lot of fear about, oh, putting this data center in my town is going to do X or Y or Z, with no real conversation about the truth of that matter. There's a lot of fear about wealth creation being aggregated in the hand of a few, when, as we saw with the internet, it benefited the many. And that fear mongering is a very similar tactic that we've seen in the prior generations, where policies were misstated, fear was used, and then voting control allowed folks to come to power that were looking for power. So I think it's just the lightning rod at the moment.
Okay, Chamath, what's your take on this big picture? What's going on here?
I think it's important to understand that politicians have an incredible sense of self-preservation. So the question is, why would Bernie Sanders think he would not look totally foolish in putting that video out? And the reason it went viral is not because it sounded so crazy. It was that to some faction and percentage of people, it sounded rational and reasonable. And the problem that highlights is that we have a huge perception issue in AI. We have a handful of companies, all the PR that you see from those handful of companies is a bunch of circular deal making, a bunch of capital that flows from one to the other. It causes these stocks to go up, of which a small percentage of people benefit. And at the tail end of it, it's accompanied by a completely different set of articles that everybody also reads about this sort of Damocles that's about to fall on their head, whether it's electricity prices or whether it's their jobs or whether it's the jobs of their children or the quality of their education. So we have a big perception problem. So the question at hand is, how do we fix it? How do we get back to the place where a video talking about stopping all progress would seem as laughable as it should be? And I think you can go back to the Gilded Age and you can ask the question, how did the industrialist leaders of that era respond through that 1880 to 1920 age of industrialization, when you had all of this technological upheaval accompanied by a handful of people with incredible success, right? Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, Henry Ford. What did they do? And I think the lesson we can borrow from them is we now need to be on the forward foot as an industry. Enough of the stupid haircuts, dumb watches, ugly clothes, ostentatious displays of wealth. We've all done it. I've been guilty of it. It has to stop. Absolutely stop. And instead, we need to start to use a percentage of the balance sheets of these companies in order to benefit as many Americans as possible. That is the absolute minimum. Andrew Carnegie built 2,500 libraries. The idea was, as he built the railroads, you're going to scale GDP, you're going to scale education and knowledge. Those libraries are artifacts that allowed people to feel a dividend from that industrial revolution. John D. Rockefeller took all of his wealth and invested in institutions and universities. Henry Ford specifically focused on wages. We need to self-organize better, and we need to be more on the forward foot. We need to start doing things that are practically measurable by tens of millions of American citizens. And it starts to beat back the perception problem that we have. Because Sachs pointed out last week, the data does not support the misperception. But the problem is, and Sachs and I were talking about this last week, the misperception is gaining steam. And so I think we need to use these tools that we have to provide some more practical benefits that every man, woman, and child can feel. Otherwise, this thing is going to build, and you'll see crazier and crazier versions of this Bernie Sanders video.
All right, I think it's well said. And, as I said last week, I think beating China does not matter to the average American. It's below their line, Chamath, I think, in many ways. What they care about is jobs. They care about their kids getting jobs. And yeah, they care about costs. They care about inflation. They care about energy costs going up. Our industry has done a terrible job of explaining how this benefits the average American. And they're seeing all these headlines about, as you mentioned, all the cross-deal booking and all these stocks going up. Half the country doesn't own stocks, so they're not participating in it. And they're not blind to seeing self-driving cars or seeing their kids having a hard time getting a job. And they're hearing everybody talk about job displacement. And that's a valid concern. People are scared. And our industry is scaring them, I think, by not meeting them where they are. And then beating China, respectfully, is important. Sachs, super important. I can intellectually agree with you on that. But if you lose your job and your kids can't get a job, that's existential. Yes, it's not, my child needs a job next year. They're graduating from school with $100,000 in debt, and my energy bill's going up, and my grocery bills are going up, and they haven't come down. That's what Americans are experiencing. And yeah, maybe giving, I think you also made an interesting point there too about the libraries.
The war with China is existential, because if we can keep it on the battlefield of AI and intellectual and economic prowess, we have a very good chance of winning. If it devolves and all of a sudden becomes a different kind of battle, that's bad for everybody, especially our children and our children's children. So we need to win the current game on the field. But in order to do that, we need to change these misperceptions. We need to start showing tactical artifacts that show that this is a dividend that can benefit everybody. And we need to start now. I'm just putting it out there. We have so much cash on the balance sheets of these companies. Wall Street values it at zero. If you look at the enterprise value of any of these companies and you do a sum of the parts, nobody cares about that cash. So we need to start using that cash more effectively.
What's the equivalent of the library metaphor here for you, Chamath? Do you have any ideas?
I'm not going to front run what's being worked on, except to say that the leaders of these companies have gotten the message. They are working on.
Was that true? That balance sheet statement? Brother has a license to manufacture medicine. No, well, the guy that I know, I don't know, it was like a friend of a friend, so I don't know exactly what he did. Like he was like some kind of chemist or something, but he had some kind of like legal documentation that allows him to order like any compound he wants from the manufacturer itself, and then he could synthesize whatever he wanted. We will need compute, an extreme amount of compute for thousands of things. Disagree about what? I think that statement's pretty accurate. It's definitely pretty important. Check out China optical computing. China's so far behind in AI, it's not even funny. I don't think they're that far behind. Like, we were looking at the benchmarks the other day. Like, yeah, they're not in like first place, but they're not like way off in the Lord knows where either. They're like in the top 10. I think like the Kimi one's like top 5, right? And I forgot what interview I was watching. I think it was the Moonshots podcast. But they mentioned that a lot of the Silicon Valley companies are using the Kimi one just because it is like open source. And the cost is lower. Pretty sure China has 7 of the 10 top AIs on the leaderboard. Is it? I don't think it was that many. AI, LLM. Because a lot of the ranks were like one company had multiple models in the top 10, right? It'd be like first is ChatGPT 5.2, second's like ChatGPT whatever, then it's like Gemini 3.2 Pro, blah 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 kind of thing. Let's just load these up and take a look. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But it's an inverse. It's inverse. Also depends on the test itself, because like some of these tests don't have any of the Chinese ones at the top. But the ones that do, it seems like the Chinese ones, like there's a couple littered between 5 to 7, but like the top 5 is like all American. Apparently Kimi K2 is second overall, best overall on this website. Whatever. The thing is that these things are all gonna like converge towards like the same goal, right? Like eventually it's gonna be like we as humans are not going to be able to put a test together for these things to grade them accurately because they're going to be more intelligent than we are. I have them all. I have all of them, just a matter of time. Understand that. Also, ramifications for himself. Oh, no, not quite. Those are just the models, which is the easier layer. GPU performance matters the most. Should destroy them at. Yeah, but I don't know if you can rely too much on that because like they're all in the process of they're in the process starting to make their own chips. And then like we're gonna get to a point where AI is like helping develop the chips. So like who knows how that world ends up? And also, interestingly enough, apparently like China has like a huge lead on us in that regard. Like, if you watch today's Moonshot, I was listening to at the gym. Where is it? I don't even know this. This episode. Well, apparently like China has been like dabbling in like computing with like 3 bits. Like, what's it called? Bit versus yeah, like the trit. Like and the bits are just binary, right? Like 0, 0, 1. Whereas like the trit is like using a third state. And it's giving them like a pretty massive computational advantage. And it's from what they were saying on the podcast, it seems like that like research path and hardware path has kind of gone under ignored in the US. And China's like very far along in it already, like to the point that they're like way further than we are. So they were talking about how like they see China taking a lead in that regard in the next year. That was one of their 2026 like predictions. I haven't researched it at all though, so I'm not sure. Makes sense though. Makes sense. Unless I'm looking at right now, zero use companies in the top 10. I don't know. I just put an LLM benchmark. I checked the first 5 sites on Google. LG at an LLM. I imagine a lot of places do. Like the real question is who has the data. Trying to just focus on efficiency. That's how they'll leapfrog us. Potentially. I think it's pretty hard to say who's going to win one way or the other. Like right now, it seems like the US has like a upper hand on the hardware side. But that could change, who knows?
A whole host of solutions. And again, we're fighting misperception, which is a complicated battle, but it's winnable. And I think you're going to start to see stuff in the new year.
Yeah, I would say education is at the top of that list. Sachs, your thoughts here as we wrap on this first topic?
I'm not sure whether to address the particular hoaxes or the fact that there's a larger effort here to try and discredit AI and get AI development to stop entirely. Let's talk about some of these particular hoaxes. So on the job loss claim, I feel like I do this every week now.
We're focused on buying chips, we have more power, and they're focused on the code, and that being more efficient. I don't think that's like a pro for them, right? Because like we can, and especially when they're going open source with a lot of their models, like we can just integrate whatever code advantage they have.
Now, but there's a new study from Vanguard where they analyze job growth and wage growth in occupations that are highly exposed to AI automation versus all occupations. And they find that both job growth and wage growth is higher, not lower, in the occupations that are exposed to AI. So if you look at job growth in occupations exposed to AI, it's 1.7% compared to 0.8% for other. For wage growth, it's 3.8% versus 0.7% for other. So what you see here is something, maybe it's counterintuitive, but it makes sense to me, which is as you make workers more productive, the value of their labor increases, not decreases, and they end up getting paid more, and you want to hire more of them. So this is a huge narrative violation. Again, this is coming from Vanguard.
Interesting.
And it's showing that AI productivity is good for workers. This follows on the heels of that study from Yale Budget Lab, which I talked about in a previous show, that it said there's no discernible disruption to the job market based on 33 months of data after the launch of ChatGPT. Now, I understand that you can make predictions as to the future that this state's going to change, that there will be AI job loss. But what I'm saying is that if you look at the data so far, there is no AI job loss, quite the opposite. It's job growth and job gains. By the way, We have a 2% tailwind to GDP growth right now that's coming from this AI boom, this CapEx boom that's happening. And so this is, I think, a very good thing for the US economy. Now, why do people want to sabotage it? There's a really interesting article in Semaphore recently that described how AI critics were funding journalism fellowships at major publications like NBC News, Bloomberg, Time, The Verge, LA Times, which, by the way, I mean, I track these things. They're relentlessly negative about AI. These fellowships were funded by Future of Life Institute, which is a doomer group that thinks that AI is going to become sentient and replace humans. And they were funded by a donation by Vitalik Buterin from Ethereum. It's an interesting story, actually. He donated his dog coins to Future of Life. They ended up being worth $600 million.
Doge coins?
Doge. And then you remember how there was like those other dog coins,
Oh,
Shiba Inu.
Shiba Inu.
Oh, Shiba Inu.
Yeah,
Oh, he
yeah.
had a collection of dog coins.
He had
Got
a
it.
collection of dog coins. Apparently people like airdrop them to him.
This
as, like, a
Vitalik guy,
promotional thing.
right?
Got it.
I don't think he wanted them. So he's like, how do I get rid of them?
China government is deliberately starving their programmers of compute. So they have to think outside of the box to overcome that handicap. I mean, sure, but like, if you're open sourcing all your models, then whatever they think of is everyone can literally use it and see it. And not only that, but a lot, like we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? How a lot of the people from China are being poached by like American companies. But either way, like who cares, right? Who cares who wins? Open sourcing their models is their way of neutralizing us. Once we are neutralized, they will close source it. They're waiting for the US economy to collapse before they invade Taiwan. Yeah, there's lots of theories going on about that. That's definitely a possibility. But you can't just assume like you're making the assumption that everyone in America is just some like fucking dumbass, like fucking just drooling at the mouth, developing AI while everyone in China is like 500 IQ. Like we have plenty of intelligent people here working in that field as well.
So he donates them to Future of Life and they end up being worth $600 million. So by this,
Oh my God.
almost like this accident, this doomer think tank ends up with a $600 million war chest. And they've been funding these journalism fellowships.
Oh, Chan.
They've been funding grants for academics to study AI. Obviously, that's going to end up being very negative. And they are funding a lot of these NIMBY organizations that are opposing data centers because their goal is just to get to stop. That's their goal. They just want the development to stop. And you can't, I don't think, underestimate how much of an impact this has had on the public discourse. But if you look at their actual claims, like, for example, the water use claims, it's a total hoax. I mean, these AI data centers do not use a lot of water.
Yeah, that was one of the things I wanted to get into because, yeah, compared to a golf course, they're not using that much or
I think,
making
Jason,
walnuts and, almonds in Central California. So I think it is worth maybe just
Jason, they're
unpacking.
throwing a lot of spaghetti at the wall. Look, you have to remember who was Ida Tarbell, because it's quite interesting in the context of this. Ida Tarbell was this American writer, again, in the Gilded Age. She was part of the Muckrackers, which was a group of journalists that were doing investigative research around the abuses of the Industrial Revolution, labor abuses and the like. And she took on Standard Oil, exactly. If you look at that example, I'm sure that the people in this current generation who have a Tarbell Fellowship, what they're living out is this desire to tell a story about exploitation and wrong and misdoing. The problem is that these things don't factually hold together. But unfortunately, it adds to the perception problem that we have. And that has been growing. As Zach said, like so many of these things have been debunked, but it's playing whack-a-mole, Jason, because they'll throw the water thing out, it'll get debunked. Next week will probably something about liquid cooling and all the PFAS and forever chemicals. We'll have to debunk that. Then we'll go to like air cooling and how that's a problem. Then we'll go to something else. Eventually it'll be the upper land grouse but they're not going to stop.
Sachs, how do you have a plan to reframe this to the American public? You're explaining how these bad things are happening and all the evil forces at work behind the scenes.
Well, look, it's not evil force.
It's not theory, as in it's not true. It's the kind of theory that is true. Yeah, I'm not saying like people have been talking about this for a long time, right? It's part of the reason why we suspect like this whole thing that's happening with the US and South America. There's a lot more to do with China and Taiwan and what's happening in Ukraine with rare earths than it is whatever they're masquerading it as, like shutting down the cartels, right? It's because of all the natural resources in South America. If you want to watch like an interesting video on it, you can watch Kem Carson, who's some like famous options guru. Where did he talk about it? But he had some video like a year ago talking about all the like all the stuff that you're saying, like talking about like the US invading South America and the situation with Russia and Ukraine, and then like the Taiwan China situation as like the US economy starts to like potentially start to crater a little bit. He was talking about this over a year ago. So people have definitely had this in mind for a while. Nvidia is so far ahead of Huawei, it's silly. Yeah, they're definitely ahead for now, and probably will continue to be ahead for a while, but like, it's hard to predict this stuff, right? Because like, first of all, there could be some like hardware development, or there could be some like a training development. It's like a new kind of model that increases the efficiency a lot. And in which case, like having a hardware advantage makes no difference. And even Sam Altman was talking about it. What interview was it? It was like, oh, it was yesterday or the day before. This video came out a day ago. He talks about it in here. He even says himself, like if one of these advancements come out, like the entire like hardware computing build out that we're doing right now is going to be like overblown. We're going to have like there'll be a period in time where it's a unnecessary compute power because the model improves its efficiency so much. So like trying to sit here and like argue like, oh, does China do this or the US does that? It's like there's so many paths that can go down that change the outcome of that. That's like no point really debating it. Whatever happens, happens. We just kind of have to sit back and enjoy the show. Predictive history, what's that? I think I've seen a video. This guy does a game theory video, right? I've seen a video of this guy before talking about something.
Forces, but I don't think people understand the extent to which the discourse has been impacted by a few anti-AI tech billionaires.
You brought it up every week and on your text.
I brought it up. Hold on. I brought it up on the show and I tweeted about it way back in November. Yep. And I linked to a writer named Neeraj Weisblatt who has analyzed this whole Doomer industrial complex. And she has shown that there are hundreds of these front organizations, and they're all really just funded by a few big tech billionaires. It's Dustin Moskovitz, Yan Talon, and Vitalik Buterin. Well, when I first described this, people thought that this sounds kind of crazy, like a conspiracy theory. And then sure enough, Semaphore comes out with the article explaining that all these journalism jobs are being funded by Future of Life, which was the big donation by Vitalik Buterin. So my point is just, you can't underestimate the extent to which a few billionaires who've donated over $1 billion to this cause have distorted the public debate. And you really see this actually in the relative popularity of AI in the United States versus China. So there's recently a poll on, they call it AI optimism, where they ask people, do you believe that the benefits of AI will outweigh the harms? 83% of people in China believe the benefits will outweigh the harms. They're AI optimistic. In the US, it's only 39%. So again, the discourse has really been affected by a few of these institutions.
Let's say that's all true.
Yeah.
My question to you is, what's your plan to turn this around and explain to the American people why they should be optimistic about this? What's your plan, David Sacks?
Well, look, I mean, you're right that we have to flip the narrative around. And I do think that the tech companies have done a really bad job explaining the benefits. We talked about this with Tucker. I think he brought up some really good points. And you're right, like the AI companies lean way too much into the whole job loss narrative as a way to explain their value prop. And I think it's just either what Chamath said, which is this is about their next fundraising round, or it's a form of laziness because it's easier to describe job loss or job replacement than it is productivity, right? Like multi-factor productivity is a difficult concept to explain. So I do think that they've played into this narrative, but I think that what we have to do here is just debunk these narratives. Again, no evidence of job loss yet, no evidence of the water problems. I think the electricity issues with data centers are addressable. You have to let the AI companies build their own power. They don't have to connect to the grid. In fact, that's what President Trump has called for the last 6 months, is to let the AI companies build their own power so they're not drawing on the grid. So that problem is easily addressed as well. I'm talking about the affordability problem. But you're right, we have to get the message out how this technology will benefit Americans. And the bottom line is, look, I've always said I'm a techno-realist, not a techno-accelerationist, because at the end of the day, we don't have a choice. I mean, China's going to develop the technology.
The problem with this stuff is like, how do we draw this? Is one of those guys named Bernie Sanders on the podcast? No. How do we draw this? Okay, like let's say this is like the number of people that are benefited by AI. Like the curve looks really weird, right? Because this is what it's gonna look like, or maybe not flat. Actually, yeah. How do we do this? This is hard to graph. But whatever. The point is that in the long term, AI is going to be incredibly beneficial to everybody. And at the start, it's going to be beneficial to the people who are using it, and very detrimental to people that are not, / people that have their jobs potentially displaced. I think it's going to be pretty hard to get people to like overlook this, right? Because most people are pretty selfish. Like they don't care about like the future of humanity, or even like their own future 10 years from now. Like they're just concerned with the fucking now. Well, I think it's pretty hard for anyone that's like properly informed to argue that this is not like the best for humanity long term, assuming we don't get like annihilated with the AI. I don't think the graph will go down. A lot of people stop using it after the first hump. Well, like, it's not so much that like that people stop using it. It's more so because that's why it wasn't the best graph to draw. Like it's more so there's gonna be like a lot of people that get impacted negatively because like okay, they can sit here and make the argument right now that like yeah, like the graph they showed with the hiring for like AI related jobs, like high AI exposure has increased. But like we have to be honest with ourselves, right? When there's like when there's like fully automated driving and on all these like basic desk jobs like receptionists and like basic accountants and blah 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 are all replaced by AI, like what are those people gonna do? Like they are gonna lose their job, right? And like I know people, I think even they made the same kind of argument that like you can look at it two ways. You can look at it as like, okay, I am a company that has 10 employees, and now I can get the same work done with 7. Or I can say, wow, my 10 employees became that much more productive. Let me get more hyper-productive employees. So it's a bit hard to gauge like where that ends up playing out, right? Because if everyone in your company is being that much more effective, then you're getting that much more done. They took our jobs. But I don't know, it's hard to see a world where there isn't a significant amount of people impacted, at least in the short term. Hiring new employees will take a backseat to training current employees to use AI. Your x-axis, a number of AI users, and the y-axis. No, it was supposed to be the number of people that benefit from AI on the y-axis. Either way, it was not like we needed more dimensions to properly illustrate it, if anything. You know what's not recorded as a job, like people doing grocery delivery or being an influencer or YouTube, none of that gets reported as an added job. But like even those jobs are under duress. Like, have you guys not seen how like the Hollywood Guild is like freaking out? There's even like there's who is it? What's the name of the person? Oh yeah, Tilly Norwood. So it's this new AI actress. And people are getting pissed, right? Because think about it, it's just like aesthetically perfect female, right? Like more beautiful than any female like that's like naturally born because it's computer generated. And it can act in any role, never ages, can spit out any amount of content on the spot. So like even that, the whole idea of like what did you just say, being like an influencer? There's gonna be like AI influencers. There already is. Like there's lots of YouTube channels that are pretty popular now, and it's just somebody that has like an LLM doing the whole channel. Like they just prompt it what to make the videos on, and then it gets the data, creates the script, generates the video, and then they post it on YouTube and does it every single day. And like grocery delivery as well, right? That's gonna get outsourced to like drones or like robots. Increase the number of drivers listed in their company profiles. Yeah, but like driving's gonna be gone, right? Uber has a massive global driver base, or at that. Demonstrating a significant. Yeah, I think Uber's pretty screwed. I don't think they're being Uber. Like that's one of the things I'm talking about. Like that entire sector is going to be destroyed. Like as Waymo and Tesla roll out their services more and more. I think that will increase the number of creators, but it won't cut original creators. But you're not gonna know what's original. That's the thing. That's the whole controversy with this Tilly female. Same thing with music, right? Like even me, I have a bunch of like AI music. Point is when the level of prosperous increases, the amount of expendable income increases, new jobs will appear. Hopefully that's the idea. That is the idea, but I don't know if it's gonna work out that as simply as that. Because like people make the argument, like when cars came out, for example, like, oh, once cars became prominent over horses, like you needed mechanics to fix the cars. But like with the advent of robotics, the robots are gonna fix the robots. And like that logic can apply for like any new job that you think of. That logic is gonna apply. Like what job is gonna exist that humans can do that like robots cannot? And better, right? Like 24/7 nonstop.
Okay.
So we don't really have a choice.
As I said last week, I think the three most pressing issues, Chamath: education, housing, and healthcare. And our industry is in a unique position to use AI to impact all three of those. So why don't we, as an industry, collectively explain all the great things going on there? I gave a shout out to Daniel Ek, Prenovo, all these great companies analyzing our blood. There's so much going on in healthcare that could massively lower the cost, make people's lives better. Obviously, in construction, you could have incredible advances, and certainly in education. But we haven't explained those three things. What's your plan? Is there anything you can think of to add to that list?
We have to understand the president and Sachs, they're responsible for shepherding the GDP of America. And as Sachs said, half of American GDP over the next few years is forecasted to come from all of the capital that goes in to build out our capabilities in AI. We need this to happen. There's the existential reason why, but there's also a basic economic reason why. So Jason, the social license comes when off to the side, the private companies start to take this perception problem more seriously. So to your point, are there things that they can do around housing? Yes. And again, not to front run, they're actively working on something that I think could be transformational. Separately, could they do something on healthcare? TBD, but we should look at it. Can you do something in education? TBD, but we should look at it. But the point is, if you can have the same companies that are on the forward foot building this revolution for us, recognize that we need to bring some more folks along, take some of their balance sheet capital and invest it to create this social license to operate, we will flip this perception on its head.
Yeah, I think it's well said. And, there was a really interesting, you guys must remember this, the AT&T commercials, You Will. Do you remember those?
By the way, sorry, that's another great example, Jason. AT&T, at the turn of the century, what did they do? They took their capital and they created Bell Labs. Yes. What did Bell Labs do? Bell Labs drove all of modern information theory. It was the precursor to the internet. They did so much fundamental research. I want to be clear. I don't think that this is a 5-alarm fire. This is very fixable right now. And the litmus test, quite honestly, is in 3, 4, 5, 6 months, Jason, when you see the trickle of progress, if we can get organized, does your perception change? And does the language that you use and the tone that you've used over these last 6 months has it changed?
Me?
No. I'm actually thinking that you've actually been quite a good early warning system for what a certain percentage of Americans think. And so
yes, I predicted it perfectly, yes. Yeah.
It's been extremely useful. But now we got to act on it, and you have to change your mind.
Oh, no. My mind has been very crystal clear. I won't let you tell me what I'm saying is. My opinion has been job displacements coming.
No, Jason, let me be clear. We have to earn you changing your mind publicly on the show. If we do that, we're back in a good place.
I think that you're saying that in a very condescending way.
No,
I have brought up, okay, unintentionally.
No, here, let me try to say again. Sorry, let me try to say again.
You're saying it as if I'm misguided.
No. You have a perception.
Which is, what do you think my perception is?
That on the balance, it's a coin flip about whether AI is going to be all good for all people or very good for a small subset of people. That's how I would roughly summarize.
Okay, I would say that's accurate. Job displacement.
So
I have concerns about job displacement.
So let me finish. So if we can execute this plan, again, meaning marry all the stuff we're doing on the forward foot in investing with some of the stuff that we also need to do to bring a broader swath of the American population along, you will have a different perception if we are successful. And what I'm saying is, you've had this one perception, and our goal would be to shift you and people like you.
Okay.
Is that fair?
I think it's completely fair. Yeah. I've been trying to bring up that as an industry, we have not recognized people's valid concerns about job displacement. That's all I've brought up on this program. I'm not saying I think it's going to be cataclysmic or we can't handle it, but I think if we constantly talk about, hey, winning the AI race in China, that's abstract for people. And if we deny the fact that robo-taxis and human robotics are coming, and intelligent people like Elon or other leaders are saying, yeah, we're planning on replacing those jobs. We're doing a terrible job communicating this. And I do think part of this is communication and part of it is, hey, these are valid concerns. So I think great resolution. Yeah, sure. I'll be the litmus test.
Do you guys know what the Motte and Bailey fallacy is?
No, explain it to the audience. I mean, I think I've heard of it, but
the Motte and Bailey Castle is an early medieval fortification where there's like a very protected area, the keep or the motte, and then the Bailey is kind of this looser area that's harder to defend, right? So what happens is if they need to retreat, they'll go into the motte. Okay.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings. Right.
So this has become known as a debating trick or fallacy, where people will make a really outrageous claim, which is they'll basically run to the Bailey, and then when you prove that it's false, they'll run back into the motte and say something very unobjectionable. So in the context of like the AI job loss fallacy, the Bailey is, people will say, this is causing massive job loss, massive disruption. It's already here. You can see it. And then when I point out, well, actually, if you look at the Yale Budget Lab study, or you look now at the Vanguard study, there is no job loss, then they'll retreat into the motte and they'll say, no, I'm talking about what's going to happen in the future, which is a position that's fundamentally irrefutable. And then when I point that out, well, wait, you just totally changed what you're saying. You're like, no, I was only talking about the future. And then as soon as we sort of seem to have agreement, then the people in the motte will race out to the Bailey and basically saying, well, look at what's happening with Uber drivers or what have you. So there is this Motte and Bailey thing happening all the time on this job loss question. And I just want people to be straight about it or honest about it, which is, look, if your claim is that this will cause job loss in the future, it's true. I can't refute that because none of us can prove what's going to happen in the future. But be honest about what's happening today. And in the first 3 years after the launch of AI chatbots, there's been no discernible disruption to the labor market. And the early studies and data are showing wage increases and actually job increases. I
think that's a bit of a disingenuous argument though, right? Because like these models have gotten much, much better in like the latter portion of just this year. So if you're kind of making this argument based on previous data, it's not reflecting the reality, right? And like that data is also a bit suspicious, because if you talk to people that work in these sectors that are impacted by this stuff, maybe it's unrelated, maybe it's just related to current economic conditions, but anecdotally, it seems like there is definitely some issues going on with hiring and finding jobs. BLS headline is a payroll survey, it's not accounts. BLS data shows a member headline, blah. Points that new jobs might register jobs because people would be doing multiple hobby entertainment type gigs because their spending power will increase drastically. Why would the spending power increase? Oh wait, you're saying they're going to do multiple jobs, therefore they're going to make more? And that's asking a lot of people though, right? I don't think too many people are particularly excited to wake up in the morning and work multiple jobs. Maybe that's just me.
Blue collars because of the construction boom.
This has been our first debate club corner. Every week, we're going to teach you how to debate better here. No, it's, I appreciate that. I have really tried to say here, like, I'm not a doomerist at all. The statistics I look at, I talk to Dara. I have actually, sincerely. That's why I don't use, I use displacement. I really use refined language. I do. And when I talk to Dara, he told me in areas where robo-taxis like Waymo are occurring, what they did specifically to deal with this issue was they stopped trying to hire drivers in Los Angeles and in San Francisco because there are so many Waymos, they don't want them to have a bad experience. So, wherever in the castle we're talking about this, I don't have a horse in this race. I'm not part of this cabal of, Dustin Moscovitz's people. I just know from talking to Uber and Waymo and these other companies and, other companies that are building software where they're trying to eliminate jobs. And so I'm just bringing that up as a really interesting example.
Exactly.
Uber and Waymo, Elon with Tesla, they are actually making plans right now to deal with this displacement of drivers. And they're coming up with new products and services for those drivers. So one of the things they're doing is data labeling at Uber. They bought a data labeling company and they're taking the drivers and saying, hey, you want to do some data labeling over?
I think the cost of living will be lowered drastically because labor. Yeah, no one's arguing that. No one's arguing that. The problem is the timeline is the issue, right? Because like, we're not just going to teleport from an age where like we are right now to like where everything is just like maximum abundance. Like there's going to be a pain period in there. I think that's like the most people's concern. Maybe it ends up not being true, but like it's hard to imagine a world where that doesn't happen, right? It seems like this whole job displacement thing is like quite inevitable. We need a lot less to live. Decisions we make. Whoops. The decisions you make about what to do for money change. Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, I think we're all in agreement that in the end game of this is very low cost of living, like abundance type society. People don't have to work per se. You can pursue your passions, whatever that may be. But I think that is like that's the end game. There's a long way to go between now and the end game vision. It'll be the creative economy. Who knows? Who knows? But like, I don't know if you guys have seen like the art communities, but they're like so anti-AI. It's hilarious. Like super anti-AI, as if like people are going to stop doing it just because they don't like it.
Over here and actually creating AI jobs for them. So this is, something that the whole industry is working on.
Look, there's going to be a spectrum, right? Some jobs are going to change. Some jobs will be eliminated. The question is, with respect to job eliminations, will that be more than offset by the net new job creations? If you're looking at things like Uber drivers and we go to full self-driving, then obviously there's going to be some category of job loss there. So I'm not claiming that there's not going to be any elimination of certain types of jobs, but I believe that on the whole, what we're seeing is that when you improve the productivity of workers, their wages go up and there's more demand for their labor, not less. That's what the data is showing so far. And I just don't think you get that from the media right now because they are promoting this doomer narrative. And a lot of that is astroturfed by these enormously deep-pocketed organizations that have been funded by a few effective altruists.
All right, topic number 2, economic numbers are out. It's a mixed bag. Unemployment rate is up and government payrolls are down. Inflation somewhere in between. Let's get into the numbers here. Fun with numbers. Unemployment rate rose to 4.6% from 4.4% in September and 4% in January of 2025 when President Trump took over. U.S. economy added 64,000 jobs in new jobs in November, October, so about 104,000 job losses, but 162,000 of those job losses came from the federal government. You remember the Doge buybacks. A friend of the pod, Elon Musk, was involved in. Those all took effect at the end of September, so there was a little bit of a balloon payment that occurred. An analyst from Moody's says, quote, it's a frozen job market. There's not much hiring. There's not much firing happened. That tracks with what I'm seeing on the ground. Meanwhile, inflation came in better than expected at 2.7%, beating the 3.1% expectation, but still far away from the 2% target for the Fed. Trump gave an 18-minute, very loud, emphatic address to the nation last night. And it was not that we're invading Venezuela. It was mostly him talking about his accomplishments in terms of prices and affordability and a little bit of admonishing Biden. Here's a 20-second clip.
The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast.
Sachs, your thoughts on the economic data?
Well, you're painting you're painting the economic data as mixed. I don't know how you have an economic report that's better than what we just had today. So first of all, we saw that CPI came in at 2.7%, like you said, but the expectations were 3.1%. That's why the market is rallying today in a big way. Core inflation is down to 2.6%. These are significant beats, and this puts
the numbers were cooked, weren't they?
In the U.S. at its lowest level since March of 2021. So since the whole COVID thing, and if you listen to Kevin Hassett, he said that over the past 3 months, core inflation's been running at 1.6%. So the trend line is going down even further. So it looks to me like inflation's rolling over, and that's just about a solved problem, which is really good news for what it implies for interest rates, because it implies that interest rates are coming down, and that's going to bring down things like mortgage costs and the costs of financing a car payment and things like that. Now, you talk about unemployment. I think the unemployment news is very, very good. So if you look at the data from September to November, the overall employment is down 41,000. But why was that? Private employment was up 121,000, but government employment in the last 2 months has declined by 162,000. So this is what the media was focused on, is they're trying to claim that unemployment was up, but actually it's just that the government jobs decreased. Why did the government jobs decrease? Well, you remember that when Doge went in and made their cuts at the beginning of the year, they offered people a buyout as of October 1st. Now, some people took the buyout right away, but a lot more waited until the last possible day, which was October 1st. And that's why you saw this big spike in October unemployment. But those are government jobs that are being cut. And moreover, there are people who voluntarily wanted to take the buyout and they took that deal. So again, I think the employment picture is looking actually quite good. And if you believe what we believe, you don't want an excessive number of government jobs. And President Trump has presided over, I think, the first decrease in the federal workforce in decades. We've seen a 10.7% decrease in federal workers in 2025. Basically, the number's gone from 2.4 million to 2.15 million. I know that'll make Freeberg very happy. But look, what we had during the Biden years is we had 9% inflation. We had a very weak economy. We did have a recession. It was that two-quarter shallow recession. And the media even tried to start redefining what a recession was to avoid those headlines. But what the Biden administration did in response to that is they went hog wild with government hiring. And what we're seeing now is inflation is now coming back down. And we're seeing the number of government workers come down to a more reasonable level. And the private economy is making up for it. We still have a relatively historically low unemployment rate. So those numbers look good. Then you look at the deficit. We've reduced the deficit year over year by $600 billion. That will help bring interest rates down. And then on prices, you got the lowest gas prices in 5 years, below $3 nationally. And then finally on wages, real wages are up by over $1,000 on average. And it's $1,300 for factory workers, $1,800 for construction workers. And again, that's a big change from the Biden years where you saw that in real terms, wages went down by about $3,000 on average per worker. So look, I mean, it seems to me like we're on the cusp of a golden age here. I don't see how the numbers could really be better. And then on top of it, again, you've got this AI tailwind, which I think is a huge positive, not a negative, which is adding roughly 2% GDP growth every year because of huge CapEx investment, with so far no job loss associated with that. So I would just say sit back and enjoy this. I think we're headed for a gangbusters 2026. Rates are coming down, inflation's coming down, and you're also getting tax cuts going into effect next year because of the big, beautiful bill. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, plus the standard deductions being beefed up. So people haven't even felt the benefit of those tax cuts. That's coming in April. I don't see how things could be much better.
Okay. Freeberg, any thoughts here on the data as it's come in, or Chamath? I'll go to either one of you.
Directionally, I think it's really positive. You want to see private sector jobs growing, and the shrinkage of government sector jobs has profound impacts, not just on the budget, but it starts to create obvious air pockets where you get a little bit more rational regulation. You can deregulate in the appropriate places. You can shift the burden and the responsibility to private industry. So it's more than just what's in the numbers that I think is positive. I've told you this story before, Jason, to do some of the things that I've wanted to do. I'll give you an example. When we started a battery business 5 years ago, when we filed with the DOE, the Department of Energy, these are 700-page reports. You spend millions of dollars and you hire teams of 50 and 100 people. And what are we trying to do? We're trying to build a battery business in the United States so that we can delever from the Chinese. To the extent that we could do that a little bit simpler and a little bit easier, because there's fewer folks. And so the burden goes to state and local regulators, which we all already have to deal with. These are just generally good things for productivity. They're generally good things for GDP. It allows us to invest more aggressively in the things that help America. So it's trending in the right direction. By the way, Sachs didn't mention this explicitly, but I'll say it. The other thing in 26 is you get a bunch of tax cuts that kick in. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. The deductibility of the cost of interest for things like car loans. These are big stimulative actions for the accelerated depreciation. You have big stimulative actions for the United States economy.
Yeah, I think what you guys are missing, respectfully, is that Trump promised something completely different. He said, starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again to bring down the prices of all goods. And when he was running for election, he promised the Americans that he would reduce prices. Now, what's happened is prices have not come down. They've gone up 2.5 to 3.1%. But what really matters, and I think you guys are doing a great job, pro-administration, part of the administration, what you're missing is the American people don't believe you. And the American people are experiencing something different. And when you look at the approval rating, Trump's approval rating is at its historic lows. And specifically on inflation, pull up the silver bullet and meta-analysis there. This is the disconnect. And this is why it seemed tone deaf last night when Trump was telling everybody it's great. And when you say it's the golden age, Americans aren't experiencing that. That's just not what they experience. They are experiencing grocery prices that have continued to go up. And they are experiencing unemployment. They are experiencing.
I mean, they are starting to uptick. Does that can follow through into the future? Who knows? Yeah, seems like the election is pretty, or the midterms. Not looking too hot for Trump. Trump and co. And also a lot of the just historical data in terms of the midterm year, the markets usually see a pretty big drawdown with pretty high consistency. In terms of lefty dipshit. but it's, I mean, he's not lying. He's not saying anything wrong. Not saying anything wrong. So the thing that alarms me, and it's like a point that like what's his face, Jason Shapiro makes, because he trades based on positioning and based on news failures. And right now, most of the positioning is pretty long. Like, where was that other screenshot? Like right now, like the retail exposure to the stock market, it's the highest it's ever been. And so is like the funds managers are almost max allocated to the stock market right now. So that alone's a little suspicious. And then the fact that we've been getting like bullish news in regards to like the AI and liquidity narrative, and the market did not respond well to it, it's a little alarming. And also a pretty interesting statistic I saw as well. Like whenever the majority of was it? Okay, so there's like a measure of household wealth in retail, or yeah, of household wealth in stocks versus real estate. Real estate. And whenever this needle has like skewed to the stock side, it almost always ends up being a massive correction and money rotates back into real estate. And right now, like we are on this side where people have more money in stock than they do in real estate. So there's a lot of like historical data lining up with like a pretty sizable correction incoming. We actually get it now or at some point, who knows? But if we're going to go based on stats, it seems like it's coming. Billionaires are rotating from market weight S&P to equal weight S&P. Like, what do you mean when you say that? Like, I don't think they're like rotating to the thing directly. It's just one shows you the difference in the weighting in terms of not accounting for market cap. But yeah, like, people have been rotating out of like large cap tech, right? Like, I mean, they're all correcting. Look at all of them. They're all like in pretty massive corrections. Like, if these are all the biggest highest market cap companies, this money's going somewhere. Like Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Meta. But look at them. They're all like seeing pretty serious drawdowns, right? Nvidia. Because interest rates and housing costs are too high. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like, we also do have to account for like the contextual, like history. Just say that, oh, this happened historically does not mean it's going to happen again. Like, there was contextual differences of like the current day and age. But no free lunches, right? There are no free lunches in the stock market. If everyone is getting bullish and everyone's going long, that's always like a red flag to me. This is not designed for everyone to just win. Just toss their money in and just watch it grow, right? That's kind of an environment that is designed to punish people. As of late 2024 and 2025 data, the estimated market capitalization for equities, stocks, and real estate is almost double equities and bonds. Does that count for like is that excluding like industrial real estate uses? Or was this thing? Let's see if I can find the charts. So this is the one chart. Whoops. Well, here's the other one. Funnily enough, like a Michael Burry tweet. For like a percentage of net worth. So like the gray bars are the recessions, and like right now we're seeing the crossover. Well, obviously it's not like a one-to-one exact correlation. But it's just little things, right? It's these little things that we're seeing here and there that's makes things a little alarming. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind we have seen some pretty major corrections, right? At this point, like these things corrected like 20%, basically all of them, which is probably for the best, right? Instead of just continuing to have like blow off type moves higher and higher, kind of let things cool down a bit. Healthier for the long term, continuing higher. Tells me money managers are dumb as fuck. Well, I think a lot of it had to do with like the tariff dump. Because like when this happened, a lot of the money managers like did not get back into this rally, and they were like short into this. So a lot of them had to like allegedly, don't quote me on this, but the gist of what I gather from watching a bunch of people talk about this stuff, it seems like a lot of them were chasing the market based on the data that I was seeing come out of this. Like they had very little long exposure this whole rally up until we broke the highs. Read Burry's thesis. Good stuff. I just saw a post on Twitter. I thought it was an interesting chart.
Saying grocery prices that have continued to go up. And they are experiencing unemployment that's gone up 15%, whether it's the federal employees, whether it's private sector, and you debate the numbers, or there's a golden age coming because of no tax on tips. These are all talking points. What the American people remember is the Trump administration said prices would go down. Prices have gone up. That jobs and manufacturing, there'd be all these incredible manufacturing things. Obviously, that's going to take years. That has not happened yet. So I hope for the best. I hope inflation goes down to 2, and I hope they turn this around. But the American people don't believe the Trump administration, and it's a big difference between promising stuff in 2024 and delivering it. And here we are in the first year, and the delivery that's come in from the Trump administration on inflation and on the economy is not good if you're in the bottom half of society that doesn't
Lyle hates the liberals.
Period, full stop.
So first of all, prices have come down. You look at gas prices, they're the lowest in 5 years. They're below $3 nationally. Now, I don't know how you want a new administration to come in and literally affect every single change on day one. How do you do that?
Oh, no, that's just what he said.
No, what the president said is they would start working on it. They would start working on it.
I'm not saying it's possible. That's what he said.
No, he said he'd start working on it on day one, and so he did. And look at the results. Inflation's now down to 2.7%, way below expectations. I don't know how you want a better report than this. Unemployment is very low. The only
I do
reason
remember the economic target was 3, 3, and 3. 3% GDP growth, 3% deficit to GDP, and 3% inflation. They're below 3%
Although
inflation.
I heard the gas thing is very state to state. So I was reading like a big thread about this, and some people were saying the gas is like the same, if not more, but then other states it's like drastically lower.
They're above 3% GDP growth, and the deficit to GDP is not where it needs to be. So cutting is still ahead. But I looked at the budgets for 2026 for a number of the departments in the cabinet over the last couple of days, and they do have big cuts that they're trying to implement across the federal government. We're going to be interviewing Scott Bessent tomorrow morning. That'll come out shortly after this episode airs. But this is the catch-up conversation with Scott on how's the 3-3-3 plan going. But on 2 of the 3 metrics, J-Cal, it does appear like things are good. I'm not trying to be a spokesperson for the Trump administration, but I'd say if you look at this just from the raw economic data and the goals of the administration, following that, there should be a flow-through in terms of job growth, the flow-through in terms of affordability, in terms of wage growth, all those other sort of economic indicators that actually affect people on Main Street every day. That's all still TBD in the narrative. It's still to be written. But those high-level economic goals are still, are starting to kind of fall within the framework of what they set out to do, which is generally good, right?
Yeah, I'm just pointing out the disconnect. Again, this is the disconnect with the American people.
I mean,
no, I'm looking at year one. Just year one. We're here at the end of year one.
It takes time to implement an agenda.
I totally agree. I'm just telling you, the American people don't believe the Trump administration right now. There's more work to do. That's the disconnect.
Well, the data that came out today is looking awesome. By the way, that Vanguard report that I mentioned that also exposes the AI job loss hoax, it also has a new economic assessment for next year. It's projecting 3% growth for next year, which I think is conservative, and an improved labor market outlook for 2026. And it says the most robust improvement will come in the second half of the year. So Vanguard is saying that 2026 is looking very good. And by the way, that's when the fight for Congress will unfold, is next year. So, the thing about polls is it's obviously just a snapshot in time, and it doesn't tell you what things are going to look like 6 months from now or a year from now. I think they're going to look very good.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he turns it around.
I think it's already been turned around. It just takes time to kick in.
Yeah, I mean, the public's perception, it hasn't turned around, and inflation was supposed to go down, and it stayed
It
high.
has.
No, it stayed at, it's still way above the 2%
It's been
target.
1.6% for the last 3 months.
The thing like him mentioning this Vanguard stuff, like you have to be very careful with this kind of shit. At the end of the day, like we know these people will like try and swindle the masses, like exit liquidity on the higher time frames. It takes a while to unravel from positions when you're like a multi-trillion-dollar fucking asset manager. So yeah, you have to watch what they're doing with their actual money, right? Don't take the reward for things.
Months.
No, it has not. It was
That's what
just
Hasta
said 2
said.
point.
And also, like, I mean, I haven't fully read it, but I thought that the numbers that he's referring to were like cooked. Like, didn't they leave out a bunch of data from October? Like literally zeroed it from the CPI.
No,
It's
that's the
2.7.
that's the
This
that's
is
the
the
year.
problem, I think, with the administration, and you're part of it. Like, you guys cherry pick numbers, and it's not matching the numbers on the field. So when you cherry pick the
CPI
gas
is
number,
cherry picking. This is a CPI report.
the number.
Open the cover of the Wall Street
prediction
Journal.
was
Blue states had very high gas taxes. The economy during Biden was the worst I've ever experienced since 2018 or 2008. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know the exact state of how things are in the US, but also like a lot of this stuff is like COVID related, right? Which is like hard to blame anyone necessarily. Like maybe they didn't handle. Maybe there was a more optimal way to handle stimulus, or maybe if they hadn't done the lockdown so intensely, they wouldn't have needed that much stimulus, so on and so forth. But it seems like there was quite the inflation boom from that. Don't know how to trade on managing trillions of dollars. Like it's not necessarily. Like it's assets under management, but it's not like it's the same kind of notion that people say like, oh my god, the BlackRock ETF saw this many inflows. BlackRock's accumulating Bitcoin. It's like, no, they just own the ETF product and their customers use it however they want. It's not fucking Larry Fink on the phone, hoover up the Bitcoin, fucking buying a shit ton of Bitcoin. So it's like, yeah, they have like Vanguard is like a shit ton of assets under management, but like it's not like just one big ship doing whatever it wants. Like customers are doing whatever they want. Some managers are doing one thing, other managers are doing another. They're just all under the same umbrella of company. And they do give out guidance, right? On like what they suggest your portfolio should look like, so on and so forth. Like, we were talking about this the other day. So you kind of get the idea of like how the fund umbrella suggestion tree looks like. There's a lot of variance in there. It's not just like one big ball of money that's being hive-minded.
2.7%. Hold on, 2.7% CPI, 2.6% core, 1.6% for last 3 months.
Okay.
What is hard to understand about this?
No,
Obviously, the last 3 months are going to tell you what the trajectory is.
Okay. The fact
You're
is,
looking for every excuse you can to basically downplay what is an awesome report. And just look at the stock market, which is ripping today, because this is way below expectations.
You're
the only one who's not happy about this news, Jacob.
No. The country's not happy about it. I don't have a horse in this race. I'm doing fantastic. I own equities. I'm doing better than I ever have in my life. I'm talking about how the bottom half of America perceives it. This is the blind spot of the Trump administration. You've proved my point by not addressing it. Let's go to the next subject.
No, I haven't. What?
No,
I guess your point is
the American people expected that inflation would go down and prices would go down. Prices have continued to go up.
The Fed has a 2% target. It's a little bit unrealistic to say that. What you want to you want to have a negative.
What did you do if I won $1 billion? Probably nothing really. Honestly, I don't think it'd do much difference. Actually, it's not true. I'll probably like probably buy like a big ass fucking like plot of land that like all my family and friends could live on without having the need to work. And then just kind of like take everybody on some like massive like global vacation kind of thing. Probably. I don't know what else you do other than that. It sounds nice. Might as well, right? What else is there to really do? Maybe they start some kind of company, I guess. Well, I mean, yeah. Those two, right? The one would be like take everyone that I know into like give them the ability to retire and the ability to go on this massive world tour. And then two, like do the whole venture capitalist thing with the remainder. But in terms of like buying like random shit, like I don't really can't say I care too much.
Inflation rate?
A bonfire?
Trump said prices will go down. They have not.
This is your argument?
That's what the American people feel. Unemployment has gone up. They expect it to go down. So this idea that we're in the golden age is not tracking with the bottom half of Americans. That's just facts, David. It's just facts. You have work to do. Trump has work to do.
You're saying that anything less than deflation, in your view is.
I did not say that. I keep telling you what I'm reporting in terms of facts. Then you tell me I said something different. I didn't say that. The American people are very disappointed in the Trump administration's first year when it comes to inflation and the economy.
I don't understand how the numbers could be any better. We just blew past expectations here. 2.7% versus 3%.
Yeah.
I don't know whose expectations. I don't know whose pulse you think you have the finger of, but the economists who put together these expectations.
Yeah.
We're expecting 3%.
Pull up the chart here one more time for me. Just pull up the chart for me so I can just explain that this isn't bias on my part. I'm just putting the fact on the field. No, it is not. These are numbers that you can look at and see that Trump's two worst categories right now are the economy and inflation. The American people thought he would do better.
These are snapshots in time, and they're going to be completely different next year.
And the snapshot in time from February goes down. That's the snapshot in time. Every month. You have 12 months there to look at.
Let me explain. I don't know what's so hard about it. This is a really partisan point that you're making. You're basically saying,
I'm not partisan.
The U.S. economy is like a giant supercomputer.
I'm not partisan.
Can I finish my point?
Sure you can.
I mean, you must know this, and I think you're pretending not to. The U.S. economy is like a giant super tank.
I'm not. Which one? Like the other guy? Like not this guy? You mean? The thing is, he's making a fair point, right? He's making a pretty fair point. Like, from what I see online, and from people that you talk to like locally, I don't think that they feel like the shit's getting cheaper. Like I went on a hike like a week or two ago with like some people I know, and they were all saying it's the complete opposite. They were like, dude, it's fucking everything's expensive as fuck and it's only getting worse. Plus, I'm like, okay, let's look this up, right? Just to verify. Because I think me Kevin made a video on the CPI, right? But like even on Twitter, it was like a big trending thread where like they left out a bunch of the data. Like that's the only reason the number came out as low as it is. And this guy's making this whole argument saying that, oh, the number is so low. But the only reason it came out that low. But I gotta look into it, so maybe there's like a reasoning for that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So like this is the chart. Actually, I need to make it smaller. It's not gonna work. Like, look at the like. They only released 3 out of 21 values on the report. Which is a little odd, right? Maybe they have like, I mean, obviously this has to do with the government shutdown and whatnot, I suspect. But to like lean on this and make the argument that like CPI dropped, a little suspicious or perhaps disingenuous. And maybe he didn't know, right? I don't know when they recorded this, and so on. Or maybe like they'll be releasing it later on. Why would stuff get cheaper? Well, they're trying to make deals, right? Like, didn't the US make a deal to import like a bunch of South American like cattle, for example, to like lower the cost of beef, so on and so forth, plus like the gasoline stuff? I'm sure they're working on it. I don't think they're not trying, but it just seems like a bit of a disingenuous argument to be making. Tariffs make everything more expensive. Yeah, at some point, yeah, typically, right? It usually trickles down to the consumer. But like, there are a lot of things that have gone up in cost that like are not imported. So, DOJ released Epstein file with 1 page. That was 100%. I don't know why everyone's so hung up with Epstein shit. Like, even before like Trump said he was gonna release, like ever since this has been a popular topic, I don't understand why people are so obsessed with it. Because like, let's just suppose that everyone is right, and this is some like fucking like pedo island with like all these countries involved and all other kinds of blackmailing going on and blah 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 with the most like influential people on the planet. Do you fucking think there's any imaginable universe where that's ever gonna get released? Like, fuck no, obviously not. So what is the point of sitting here like screaming until your face turns blue about wanting to see the Epstein files? And then if they do release them, it's like then they just say, oh, it's fake. Oh, it's fake. It's been doctored. Everything is redacted. Blah blah. So it's like, there's no winning, right? It just seems like a waste of brain energy at this point. They're both partisan douchebags.
It takes time to turn around. It takes time to implement your economic agenda. It took the president the first 6 months of the administration to implement the Big Beautiful Bill, which is his economic program, but it doesn't even go into effect until January 1st. So the tax cuts have not gone into effect. The inflation reductions have happened. We've gone from 9% under Biden to now 2.6% core, 1.6% in the last 3 months. I don't know what more you could want. Interest rates have come down. They're projected to come down even more because inflation's coming down. This is, again, a huge ship that's in the process of turning around. And I predict that by next year, the numbers are going to be even better. Let me remind you of what happened.
That is fair too, though, right? You can't expect okay, let's just assume that the other guy's right. The other guy's being like a stickler. He's like, oh, he said he was going to do it right from day one. Obviously, it's unrealistic to expect anyone to change everything in just a wave of their fucking hand, right? It's not like some magic trick. Like these are like major issues that like have systemic impact throughout the whole country and take a long time to course correct. It's gonna take you have to give them at least like half of their time in power, if not more, to see if anything like reasonable comes out of it.
Under Ronald Reagan. When Reagan took over, okay, the misery index was at like 20%. Reagan implemented his economic agenda, but it took a couple of years to actually implement it. By 1983, we actually had a very severe recession because Volcker had raised interest rates so much to tame inflation. We're lucky we don't have that issue today. In any event, it took like 3 years for Reagan to implement his economic agenda, and his popularity was very low by 1983. But by 1984, the program had worked, and it was morning in America again, and he won the biggest landslide election, I think, in American history. So you got to give it time for the president's agenda to play out and work. And it certainly looks like after 10 months, that is performing extremely well, and we are just beginning to see the impact of it.
I think the core issue is Trump overpromised and underdelivered in year one, and it's not the golden age for the bottom half of Americans, and they don't feel it's the golden age. And I think just tackling that head on and saying, yeah, we have more work to do. And I actually think that's what the address last night was about. I suspect somebody, maybe Susie or the chief of staff or somebody said, hey, we got to start communicating better about the cost of living and our promises during the election so that we turn this around. That's actually what I think is happening. But I don't have a horse in this race. I'm doing fabulous because I own equities. I'm happy. I'm concerned, sure, that the bottom half of society needs to do a little bit better. That's all. All right. But, listen, I'm never going to win with you, Sachs, because you're the captain of the debate club. You'll win every debate.
Well, look, I mean, like the president made the right point last night, which is he inherited a giant mess. Again, under the Biden years, we had a $3,000 reduction in real wages by American workers. That's already gone up by $1,000 under President Trump in the first year. But yeah, if you're a worker and you're just looking at your situation, you're underwater 2,000 relative to where you were 5 years ago. So obviously you're going to be salty about that. But that's the situation that President Trump inherited. I don't know how much more progress you can make in 10 months, but give it another year and then we'll really see.
All right. I am rooting for you guys. I hope you turn it around in year two. Okay. Freeberg, we got an important story here we have to get to.
Do you guys want to hear a crazy personal story for 2 minutes as a palate cleanser?
Oh, free too. Oh,
yes, that's a palate cleanser.
Is it an amuse-bouche?
Okay, this is an amuse-bouche.
Like a little sorbet?
A little pamplemousse sorbet.
All right, this is the craziest story in my life right now.
Okay.
Pull up the photo, Nick, the first photo. You guys remember my dog, Monty?
Yeah, this is the virtue signal dog.
No, this is the best dog. This is the only one.
Oh, Monty's the only
one I like.
Monty was my dog for 10 years. I got him 10 years ago in January, and he died suddenly in May. He turns out he had a tumor on his heart, and his heart burst open in front of me, and he died. It was the worst thing. He was with me every second of every day that I wasn't at work. He slept on my bed. He was in my office all day. You guys have seen him a million times in the background during the All In Pod. My best friend in the world, the greatest thing I've ever come across in my life. So he died suddenly. It was very brutal, very hard. So I'm at my house the other day. My next door neighbor walks in, and he's got this dog on his leash. Pull up this photo. This is this dog. So my next door neighbor finds this dog at Rocket Dog Rescue. It was pulled out of a kill shelter. The vet estimates this dog is like a decade old. Today, I live probably 40 miles away from where we got Monty. He was found wandering the streets of the Mission District in San Francisco. This random dog here was found at some random kill shelter somewhere in California, pulled out of the kill shelter a few days ago, put into Rocket Dog, and rescued by my next door neighbor. Brings him over. He's walking him in the street. I'm like, oh my God, that dog looks just like my old dog, Monty. We ran a DNA test. This dog is Monty's brother.
What?
This dog is Monty's brother. It is the craziest shit. There's like 1 billion dogs on planet Earth. And of the billion dogs, some random dog from some random litter from some street pup in the Mission District from a decade ago found its way into a shelter, into another rescue center, into my next door neighbor's arms, and brought back to my house months after Monty died. How crazy is that?
What is his personality like?
I'm going to hang out with him this afternoon. I got to go see. But how crazy is this? Just it's Monty's actual brother from the same
look
litter.
like Monty, in fairness.
Yes.
No.
The angles are off.
Step brother?
Yeah.
Monty's more
Is
robust.
the DNA test that
Monty was
accurate?
well fed. This dog lived in a freaking kill shelter. So
Monty was a cack.
I mean,
take 12 pounds off Monty.
But wait, where's the other? Where's
DNA
Or is there a
so much.
statistical error
Where's the
potential
dog
here?
that was being tortured by Revlon?
That dog's gotten robust too. Yeah.
Was it Revlon who was torturing your current dog?
She, Daisy, has 1,000 siblings, not just one. And
Daisy, I'm fine with. It's Mitchell Freeberg. I hate Marshall Freeberg. I hate Marshall Freeberg.
I got to hang out
He ate
with
the
Oki and
pistachios
Joker.
last Christmas.
Marshall's like a little
dinner.
8-pound.
Monty's father must have really gotten around San Francisco.
We got some China
He had a great
AI
ride
on
on
the
I mean,
way.
what are the odds of this?
Same mother, same father. It's not a half brother. This is the same
Are you
father.
saying Monty's dad was a pimp?
Same litter, same dog,
Wow.
same mother, same father, same litter on the streets of San Francisco a decade ago, and they all find their way to different parts of California and come to. And Monty's buried in my backyard, and this
I think
dog,
they
his
mixed up
brother.
the samples.
What is it?
crazy?
Summer
No
of
way.
Love? Was it the Summer
Yeah,
of
They don't
Love?
even look the same.
You would say no way, but you got to see better shots of it. I'll put
You
more
put them
photos
side by
next time.
side.
Yeah.
This doesn't make sense.
I know it's the craziest ever. And by the way, like,
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're related. I'll be honest with you.
got to find you a proper photo of Monty.
What's going on, Chamath, with Oki and Joker? How old are these dogs now?
Oh my God! From your lips to God's ears, bro. Aki is 14 and a half. She turns 15 in July.
She's so precious.
And Joker's 8 or 9. So touch wood. They're golden retrievers don't really live to 15, but my God, she's good.
You got a lot of good years. I was on the floor last Thursday snuggling with her, and it was so precious.
Well, you know
She's
what
the
we
best.
did? I think the best thing that we did was we got much more disciplined about diet for Aki when she turned about 13. A little bit calorie restricted. It's not nearly as much. She lost a few kilos. It just helped her a lot walking. And she's a little deaf, unfortunately, but she can see.
Aw.
Dogs are the best. My God,
Dogs
they're
are the best.
They're the best.
Here's my
Oh,
other photo of the
best.
dog that
Dogs are the best.
Chamath hates. Pull it up just so you can
this
see
is
what
Marshall.
Chamath-
Listen, last Christmas at Nat's birthday dinner on the 26th, which is her birthday, Marshall Freeberg jumped on the table,
There he
started
is.
eating all of the pistachios and the nuts,
Ruined them.
ruined
the
all of them,
pistachios.
slobbered everywhere.
Horrible dog.
David Freeberg was like, "Oh, look at that." Allison Freeberg was like, "Marshall Freeberg." They have no control over what's going
No
on in
control.
the house.
Here, pull
Marshall's
this
out of
photo up
control.
now. This is a medical issue Marshall Friedberg's been dealing with. He wakes up
Like
with
a
irrecoverable
barrier of
erections,
trees.
so he can't walk.
What?
Pull this up. Pull this up.
Irrecoverable.
Oh
He
my
can't
God.
there. So
A lot of
Nick,
people
you
are
gotta
like
blur
that,
this out
though.
when you
Whoa! Dude's packing.
So this little guy.
Yeah,
waiting to
interestingly
get
enough,
that
if you kind of
erection.
look into the
Erection.
history of math, a lot of like famous mathematicians like commit suicide.
And well, the doctors say like you just gotta wait, and if it ends up staying for too long, there's gonna be a surgery. But like right now, he's okay. But he can't move when he gets them, and he's stuck. And he'll just
This is-
stand
you know
there, unable to move for like 20 minutes, like with his
Same
little
thing
erection.
happened. I gave
Yeah.
Chamath some of my roast sparks, and he had a similar thing happen. He was
Yeah.
frozen.
That is
There's a
that is
Brian
problem.
Johnson joke in here, but
That is a problem.
How's Moose doing, J. Cal?
There's a lot of
Oh, here he
dogs.
is, Zach.
Special
Oh,
guy.
wow. Oh,
Is that your dog, Zach?
This is the moose. The moose is trying to keep. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. This is my buddy. Oh, looks like a good buddy. What are you doing? What are you chewing on?
yeah, what's he chewing on?
I think you got a popcorn. Get that out of your mouth. Come on, get that out of your mouth. He is such a little love buddy. Such a little love bug.
It's like a
Right.
gremlin.
Jason.
There he is.
On here at the
Milan.
ranch. He that much when we got him, and
Yeah.
then
Oh,
and then he
interesting.
just he missed.
I told you.
That's
Is that one?
your cats are horrible. That's just
Is that fair? It's just go.
take out the cat. Cat ladies. Blue Sky talking about. Oh God, I had a joke. I'm not going to do it. All right. According to a Reuters report, Freeberg, China has built a prototype of ASML's EUV machine. Hey, if this is true, this report, it could have a profound impact on the AI race that we talked about. For those of you who don't know, ASML is the Dutch company worth $400 billion, 22nd largest market cap in the world. And they are the only company that makes EUV machines, also called lithography. That stands for extreme ultraviolet. That's how you make H100s. Here's a photo of one of these giant machines. They cost $250 million to make, and they take 6 months to make, filled with all kinds of
Goddamn.
important parts, Carl Zeiss lenses, etc. Since 2018, these machines have been limited for sale by the Dutch. Why? Why can't China buy these machines? Well, in 2018, Trump's Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, put pressure on the Dutch to impose export controls on China, and later that same year they did. So, according to Reuters, in this news story, Freeberg, China used former ASML engineers, allegedly, to reverse engineer the machines. Reuters has pointed out that the machine in China has not yet produced any working chips. It's a prototype. The CCP is targeting 2028 for working chips. Some sources say maybe 2030 is more likely. You've been talking about China lithography on the show. We can play the Chariots of Fire music that Freeberg insists we play when he does his victory lap, Chamath. Here's his victory lap, episode 224.
Last year, China announced and began a $37 billion investment in developing their own 3-nanometer chip technology. China made a claim that this investment they had made was starting to pay off, and they had developed their own EUV system. And their big semiconductor company is called the Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, or SMIC, in China. They launched a 7-nanometer chip with Huawei in their Mate 60 Pro, which is sort of like their iPhone competitor in China. And so they're proclaiming that they've already got this EUV technology. From what I understand, and Sachs would know better than I, it sounds like there was a lot of reverse engineering and workaround of existing technology in order to deliver that system.
Who do you think has the best chance of challenging NVIDIA?
My early prediction for 2026 is Huawei, where I think that there's lithography technology that exists in China that is not publicly discussed, that is going to be deployed in Huawei and all these fabs that they're building in mainland China.
So announcements 2026, impact 27?
Probably fair.
Do you have first? First on All In, Freeberg, congratulations on your weekly victory lap here on the show.
I honestly don't think that the Reuters story is necessarily news, because I think it's a little bit of a narrow scope in trying to describe what happened, which is that they, quote, stole ASML technology because scientists are working on it. That's not really the full scope of what's been going on in China for a number of years. And it really understates the technological progress that China's independently made in using other systems to try and achieve lithography parity. So if you go back a number of years, the current kind of investment vehicle is actually Chinese banks put capital into a fund that's roughly $48 billion US dollars, which is actually what's called the National Integrated Circuit Industry Investment Fund Phase 3. So there was Phase 1, which started in 2014, which focused on manufacturing, so developing fabs with groups like SMIC. Phase 2 was stood up in 2019, which focused primarily on design and materials. And then this Phase 3 fund was established in 2024 explicitly to pivot to what they call choke points or bottlenecks in the manufacturing process. And state media has confirmed the existence of this Phase 3 fund and the intentionality of the Phase 3 fund to try and replicate lithography technology. A couple of months ago, if you pull up a link, Nick, here's a publication on this paper. So this is the leading research group out of China that's been backing into lithography technology using AI-driven systems. They published this paper, which was a very good summary of where they are in July. Was this in Nature? No, it's in Light.
Like, is this some like hard, and like not understood process, or do they just not have the machine and it takes time to build? I remember we were talking about this in Sha a while ago. Lithography is the hardest thing to do. But like mechanically, or like because of like a lack of knowledge by other people? About to find out. About to find out. While the principles of lithography are well understood in physics and engineering, the ability to build a machine that works at the extreme ultraviolet level is one of the most difficult engineering feats in human history. As of late 2025, the backlog of machines isn't just about a lack of factories, it's a supply chain so specialized that no other company has been able to replicate it. Oh, interesting. So it's not like a knowledge barrier, it seems. It just seems like these people, ASML, like the optics that are used in the machine, along with what's the other thing it mentioned? Like the lasers and the glass it uses was like specialized, specifically made for this stuff. And they bought the companies that like make it. So like if China wants to put together the machine, they have to like rebuild all those components themselves. Probably takes a lot of time testing and whatnot. But I suspect we'll get it done too then, right? At some point. Who knows when, but... Interesting.
It's called Advancements and Challenges in Inverse Lithography Technology, a review of artificial intelligence-based approaches. If you read into the paper and then you read the other publications from this particular research team at Tsinghua University, they have made a number of breakthroughs in using AI to try and reestablish alternative systems and the traditional Zeiss optics and other control systems that are used in the ASML platform.
Mentioned.
And the way that they've done it, I won't spend too much time on it, but there's a bunch of neural networks that they've used, trained, and have made discoveries from, including doing things like working with suboptimal optics, meaning you can have optics that have a degree of diffusion. And then how do you actually recreate 3-nanometer printing techniques or 3-nanometer masks by having shadowy effects accounted for in the AI? So you almost like assume that the shadowy effects are going to come out and you print differently than you otherwise would. You don't need the degree of precision that you need, and you don't necessarily need to go get the Zeiss optics. There was another paper that was published early this year by another Chinese research team that actually demonstrated how they did use AI to discover a novel method for doing optics. So there is a very broad and well-funded effort that's been underway for over a decade. But just in the last couple of years, with artificial intelligence-based approaches, they've made a series of breakthroughs. It is very likely the case that Huawei already has a lithography system that they'll be putting into production. And this is why I kind of talked about it when we were in Vegas and pointed it out earlier this year. But again, I think Reuters just sort of maybe caught on to some narrow segment, but this is a bigger story and a bigger set of progress that's been made over quite some time.
Ramifications, Sachs, here and what you're thinking. Obviously, you've talked a bunch about, hey, let's sell our stack in there, and they're clearly working on their own stack. What's the ramification of this if it's true?
Well, I've never supported selling EUV lithography to China. It is probably...
No, selling the stack of H100, whatever the previous NVIDIA stack was, yeah.
EUV lithography, these machines that are made by ASML is probably our single biggest advantage in the AI race, because they're the only machines that are capable of creating, say, 2 to 3 nanometer chips, semiconductors. And it's sort of the perfect export control because there's only one company that makes these machines. Like you showed, they're gigantic, they're expensive. So if you think about like trying to put an export control on a commodity, there'd be a lot of ways to circumvent it because there's a lot of sources for a commodity. But in this case, there's literally only one company that makes these machines. So it's been a tremendous advantage, I'd say, for the West that we have EUV lithography. I'm not surprised that China is trying to reverse engineer it. It's kind of the obvious thing to do. No advantages forever. It does seem likely that at some point they'd be able to figure out how to do it. So I think that this article is not altogether a surprise in that sense. I mean, I'm sure that China is trying really, really hard to reverse engineer this. In the meantime, however, they've also made substantial progress with DUV lithography. So the previous generation of lithography before EUV was DUV. E is extreme, D is deep. In any event, DUV was supposed to sort of top out at, say, 14 nanometer chips. And China was able to push the technology to get to 7 nanometer and now to 5. So they've been able to get a lot further using DUV lithography than anyone thought possible. And that is why the Huawei chips, the Ascend chips they're not as good as our chips, but they're serviceable. And they've been able to use their prowess in networking to string more of them together. You have the Cloud Matrix 384 technology where Huawei will string together 384 of their Huawei Ascend chips into a rack. And that will perform comparable to an NVIDIA rack, but using a lot more power. So the bottom line is China's been able to create a lot of these workarounds to our restrictions. But if they figured out how to reverse EUV, that would be, I'd say, a blow because it is a real advantage for us. But I'm not convinced that this Reuters story is the full picture. I think it's just a data point.
Chamath, any thoughts here?
If you want a very short summary of how the last generation of chips work, the best way to think about this is that the most profitable and valuable chips to date have taken a very compute-centric approach. That's why we've needed these ultra-advanced process nodes. But the reality is that in a world of infinite inference, let's say, the next generation of silicon will not take the same compute heavy approach and will probably rely on a much more memory centric architecture that uses a lot of SRAM. The value of that is that you can produce these things, as Zach said, at 14 nanometer, at 7.5, all of these process nodes that are much less advanced. That I actually think is the future. So in a weird way, if they steal this, which I think we should assume they've already stolen, quite honestly, and they figured it out. The question is, how bad is it? That's the really important question. And the thing about a more memory-centric approach for AI inference or these next generation forms of silicon, it demands a lot more of compilers. It demands a lot more of the software. I still think that's where we are light years ahead. So I don't think it's the end of the world, and we're still in a very good place. But it is bad.
Friedberg, weren't we supposed to start onshoring with the CHIPS Act and maybe get trending towards having this production ability in America? And obviously that's been really hard to do. And China and their relationship with Taiwan seems to be, and the possibility that they actually take over Taiwan in a military fashion has been this existential concern or even short-term concern. Maybe it's a better way to say it.
I think the biggest security implication to consider at this moment is that both the US and mainland China are onshoring manufacturing, and that makes Taiwan less of a strategic point of interest for the United States and for United States industry. Maybe one of the ways to think about the positive aspect of what is going on, which is maybe call it the balkanization of generally manufacturing, but specifically semiconductor manufacturing in this case, is reduced security concerns. So there's no longer this flashpoint perhaps in Taiwan. If China did invade Taiwan and the US had fab manufacturing, we're less likely to want to defend Taiwan. And frankly, if China has fabs on mainland, do they really need to invade Taiwan? What's the economic interest in doing so?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it. But if they also wanted to jumpstart Friedberg, they could just go to Taiwan and take the machines. Like, is that actually the plan? Like,
I don't know what the CCP's plan is. I think that's a pretty simple statement to make. I think just going to Taiwan is probably a lot more complicated than.
Of course it is. My point is, if this was super existential to get those chips for China, and they go to Taiwan and they have them, then they've reverse engineered the machines by default.
We need to recognize, we keep using the term reverse engineering as if ASML is the only way to do this. And it is not. If you read their papers and you read what's coming out, there are alternative production and manufacturing methods and systems that are being developed in China that not only maybe provide parity to ASML, but get ahead of ASML. And I think this is really important to understand. China is not just in a catch-up race. They're in a primacy race. And they are trying to develop primacy in lithography technology, which will give them primacy in manufacturing, which will give them primacy in AI, which will give them economic leverage over the planet. And that is very critical for us to understand. This is not about stealing data from ASML. Like, no one gives a shit if you're sitting in China. You're thinking about, I've got the world's best scientists, or some of the world's best scientists, and I'm giving them the resources and I'm giving them the mandate to go solve this problem. The government, as I mentioned last year, put $40 billion against this problem and said, go figure it out. And these guys at Tsinghua are publishing some groundbreaking research on how to do it.
It's easier to catch up or to copy than to innovate, right? Initially. So if you're China, the first thing you want to do is just copy EUV and get that technology for yourself.
Well, let me ask you this. What would you do? So you're the AI czar. You're sitting in the United States, and China's got this lithography technology. Is your goal to steal their technology, or is your goal to get your best scientists to say, let's get ahead of their technology?
If I'm China?
Yeah, they always do that.
If you're the United States.
It's to solve the problem. What is the actual economic, commercial problem we're solving?
Right, and so if you can figure out a way to do manufacturing better, cheaper, faster than the way that China does it, you would obviously take that path. You're not trying to get to parity with China if you view yourself to be supreme to China.
But you have to understand, even with these EUV machines,
and the same is true on the other side,
at 2 or even sub 2 nanometer scale, you have these incredible laws of physics that you are pushing to the boundaries of, which cause these chips to have pretty low yield. You have a lot of systems that actually aren't that efficient and highly utilized as a result. So these systems are brittle. The second thing is that when you have these compute-centric architectures, you end up making design decisions like HBM. They'll have to go and steal all the HBM, which is the high bandwidth memory business that SK Hynix and Samsung have. But again, that's where NVIDIA and then Google have an effective monopoly.
Let me ask you a question, Sachs. I mean, what's your strategic response if China next year goes into manufacturing with a sub 2 nanometer system that's got higher yields, is faster, is cheaper than anything that we're seeing anywhere else in the world?
Well, I don't think that's going to happen. Let's talk about that if it actually happens. I don't think it's going to. But what would I be focused on right now? I would say we want to get more of the leading edge manufacturing in the United States. TSMC has already opened a big fab in Arizona, and they're planning on increasing the size of that. And that's really important. And we should get all these restrictions out of the way. They're facing all sorts of permitting restrictions. I mean, all the stuff that Bernie's talking about, where he wants to slow down. I mean, he's talking about data centers, but not chip manufacturing. But the concepts are the same.
Yeah, Ro Khanna, Elizabeth Warren.
This is exactly wrong. I mean,
anti-tech progress people saying, let's stop all this stuff. Meanwhile, China is not just racing to catch up, but they're likely going to get ahead of the United States. And if we're caught flat-footed because we've got a moratorium on development, a moratorium on production, it's going to be extraordinarily damaging.
Right. Well, look, this is where I agree with you, is that if this Reuters report is accurate, it does speed up the timeline on China closing the chip gap from
It's not just
a decade to a few years.
You can go read the Tsinghua papers. You'll see that these guys are so advanced.
If they care about being ahead, why are they publishing that paper?
So by the way, this is a really important point, and I've picked up on this from a number of different disciplines in scientific research. So what's been going on is scientists in China, they're very smart people. There's very great scientists there. And like all scientists, they don't think necessarily in terms of nationalism first. They think in terms of science. They want to publish their research. They want to be known. They want to be the discoverers of these new frontiers. And so they publish. And what we've seen in several instances is that the scientific research groups will publish, and they'll publish slightly ahead. And once they get ahead of the market or they get ahead of the world, suddenly they stop publishing. And it's almost like the CCP comes in and is like, okay, you guys are now, going too far. We don't want to tip our hat too far. And the stuff starts to recede. And I think there was this one paper on optics that is designed to replace the Zeiss monopoly in optics that suddenly disappeared, and that research team stopped publishing. I got to find this paper. This came out last year. But there are a number of these disciplines where there's publications that go to a certain extent and then they stop publishing. So I think that there's a little bit of a
because of the funding cycle in China. You have every single local government that's given capital to invest in businesses. And so they compete until it gets to the state level and you have one or two national champions.
But if this was so important, Freeberg, would there also be an argument to publish things that would send, that would be misinformation or send people down?
Yeah, it is. It is. I like watching this stuff.
No, because you have to, again, the funding cycle is you get as a policy person in Shanghai, you get promoted because you make
it's an interesting time to be alive, right? Like it, just video, the constant podcasts and interviews with like the biggest like heads in tech and whatnot, or whatever field you like, right? I'm sure like you can go watch like some crazy doctor stuff on YouTube and whatnot, like leading medical researchers just kind of being interviewed on a regular basis.
Good bet.
Yeah.
Giving us the juice.
So by the time it becomes a one national, to Freeberg's point, when's the last time you saw BYD or CATL publish anything meaningful? But when they were not the national champion, they were probably publishing very aggressively. But at that time, there was 50 different companies competing to be the national champion. So I suspect what's happening here is there's 50 different semi-startups all over China. Everybody's trying to support their own local version. And eventually when there's one, they disappear.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, one of the things we see is China does give money to these research institutions on frontier science, and then there's an industrialization. It's something the U.S. isn't quite as good at. And I think it's, again, we've talked about the co-opting of our universities as research institutions over the last couple of decades. They've become these sort of employment centers, if you will, and they've become these sort of weird social engineering systems. They've kind of gotten away from some of the core research, or that's been kind of co-opted. In China, there are these sort of dedicated research centers, and then there are universities where there's very clear independent research that goes on university campuses. They typically get quite a bit of funding. And the way this worked, if you look into the details of this China National Integrated Circuit Industry Investment Fund, and there were 3 funds, 1, 2, and 3, the funds get bigger and bigger as the research teams make progress. It's a very smart way of doing things from a central planning perspective. And then in phase 3, they're now targeting these specific unlocks that then will enable industrialization. So they're funding some of this core research. The core research has these breakthroughs, and then it gets industrialized. It's during that research phase where we see a lot of publications happening. And this is happening in life sciences as well, and in physics and in material science. And as soon as they start to get a little bit ahead of the curve, then it gets industrialized and the publications kind of stop. So I don't know if it's necessarily the CCP stepping in and saying, hey, stop publishing. You're going to let the world know too much of what we're having, versus, okay, the handoff is now happening and industrialization begins.
Yeah, look, I would just say that to me, the takeaway here is that the timeline on China closing the gap with us is being sped up. Whether it's the fact that they're copying what we're doing, whether EUV is being reverse engineered, or maybe their scientists are figuring out a way to leapfrog. We are in a pretty close race with China. And that's why I think it's really important that we don't listen to Bernie and others who just want to stop the progress, because the progress is not going to stop. It's just going to happen in China. And that will be a big problem for the United States.
All right. Speaking of socialism / communism, are you guys thinking about coming to Austin, my neck of the woods?
I've been pulling up these photos in Austin of these homes.
You know I'm doing it, right?
Welcome to Texas, boys.
Like on the lake.
Sachs already bought a house. Sachs already bought a house. It's incredible.
He hooked me up with the agent.
What has she got you looking at?
I'm not sure yet. We're just going to do
You guys are bidding against each other, assholes.
You can have my sloppy seconds.
You have the high ground, so you can negotiate hard. There is so much inventory, but only like 20% of the inventory is on the MLS. 80% here, because it's a no reporting state, is off market. So it's completely different than any other market, certainly California.
I want to be on the lake. Like if I want to do this, I want to be on the water.
Oh, really? I don't want the lake?
I mean, if you're, here's the challenge with the lake. People are going to come up to your house and take pictures and hang out like 2 feet off your house, and starting at 7 a.m.
Sachs's house in San Francisco.
Everybody's zipping around the lake in motorboats starting at 7 a.m. It's beautiful.
Is it about real estate or is it about them?
Understand, it's going to get loud at 7 a.m.
There's nothing a good motorboating doesn't fix.
Who doesn't love a good motorboat?
Jake, I heard you're like an hour away. You're not even in Austin.
I'm in the hill country on my ranch, but we're getting a place closer to the city, actually. So we're 30 minutes outside the city.
30 minutes? My God.
I heard you're an hour. I heard you're in the sticks.
No, not that far. Not that far.
No, he's in the suburbs of the suburbs.
No, if you want to have like, dozens of acres, you can't do that in the city.
When I was growing up in Memphis, they called that Bumble Egypt.
BFE.
Bumble. I mean, if you want a ranch and you want like dozens of acres, you can't do that. You can get an acre to 3 acres inside of the city.
I found an acre in Terrytown.
No
really
problem.
Nice house.
An acre is doable. 2 acres is possible.
You know what's so sad? Even if this bill doesn't get on the books, which I think
everyone's leaving,
there's a decent chance, it ripped the Band-Aid off. The revenues of California are going to plummet.
Okay.
Plummet.
Man, it is. Yeah, I mean, we saw the writing on the wall. Socialism is coming, and this is one of the great things about having a United States of America. The different states can optimize for different things.
That
Freedom
one bill,
is the thing here.
That one bill, this proposed billionaire tax, has single-handedly changed the trajectory of the California economy by $100 to $200 billion over the next 5 to 10 years. It's an enormous cell phone. People were here willing to pay the money, and now
people were willing to put up with a lot in this state.
People were,
but as soon as you tell people, hey, we're doing property seizures, or the threat of property seizures, or the fact that people didn't come out against property seizures is enough for everyone to be like, see ya.
See you later.
The fact that all the politicians didn't, in uniform, stand up and say, this is ridiculous, we're never going to let this happen. They let this happen. By not defending the property rights that are endowed in this country, they lost everything. They had to defend it.
What do you think happens to the state budget over the next 4 or 5 years as a result of this?
You're right. It's trash. And by the way, that's what drives the socialist spiral, because then they try and do more property seizures and they try and get the money back.
Who are they going to tax? Everybody's going to be gone now.
And here's the other crazy statistic that we never talk about. I was going to try and put some data together and get it as a topic, but we should save it for the new year. But the California pension fund system is underfunded by roughly $1 trillion. So these folks in the California pension fund system are sitting around waiting for money to come to them every year for the next 30, 40, 50 years, and the money isn't there. They're guaranteed that money from this pension fund system, and it's not there. What are they going to do? It's $1 trillion short. That's a state obligation.
Why would anybody hear something like that and think giving politicians more money is a good idea? These people are so fiscally irresponsible. They're fiscally illiterate.
There is that. It's pretty clear to me that in New York and California, it'll be 60+% taxes. And, if you were living in a perfect society, that appreciated
60%.
You had this incredible safety.
With that.
You had extraordinary schools and the roads and the public transit.
Everything works.
Yeah, like Japan.
You'd pay 60% and be ecstatic.
Yeah, you'd be like, okay,
whatever.
It's a lot, but hey, this is a pretty great place to live. If you're paying that and people are breaking into your home and there's 9 overdoses a day, you're like, wait a second. And then on top of that, by the way,
they're seizing your private property now.
Seizing your property.
They're seizing your property. And by the way, they don't care about you. When you look at the laws, I was just talking to some law enforcement people.
City's using your money to give homeless people vodka. It's just...
Well, I mean, if it was tequila, I have a good tequila brand we could give to the homeless. Maybe we can make a deal.
Yeah.
Shout out to All In Tequila coming to you. Delivery's happening right now. In all seriousness, I was talking to some security folks and was talking to my security guy who's in California. And in California, not only do they not have the castle doctrine, they've replaced the castle doctrine where you can defend your home if somebody comes into it with your gun and protect your family and your property. Now you have to have this duty to flee. So you have to be able to run out of your home with your family as opposed to defend your family. So they literally are telling the criminals, hey, listen, if you break into somebody's home in California, don't worry about getting shot. They're going to have to run out or else they're in the wrong. This is deranged. The inmates have literally taken over the asylum.
That's how it is in Canada. That's how it is in Canada. Yeah, if someone robs your house and you try and do something, you're the one in trouble. It's absurd.
They have taken over the asylum. I realized this 2 years ago. And I pulled the ripcord. Elon realized it 6 years ago when he tried to build a factory. He pulled the ripcord. You guys are realizing it now. Everybody's realizing this. New York, the hedge fund guys in New York and in Jersey and Connecticut, they realized it, 3 years ago?
Hollywood guys. I know a bunch of Hollywood guys leaving.
Yeah, this producer, one of the major producers who has produced billions of dollars worth of films, came here last year. I met him at a football game. He said, tell me everything. I told him everything. He moved here. He's going to start making movies here. And he is one of the top, I wouldn't say who he is, but you know his films because his partner, who is an incredibly high-profile comedian, amongst the highest profile in history, who they make films together, he moved here. Why? He doesn't want to live in LA and risk his family's life to a home invasion and the house burning down because they don't fill water in the reservoir. I mean, guys.
Hopefully not everyone realizes it because I need to sell my house to someone.
Good luck.
You'll be okay. You'll be okay. There's a Chinese billionaire.
There's no.
Actually, you know who you'll be able to sell your house to?
There'll be no billionaires left in California.
It's whoever the politicians are that are able to aggregate power and money in the socialist
Gavin
revolt.
will buy your house and turn it into a homeless
Gavin's
shelter.
gone. You guys are going to look back on Gavin and realize he was the most upstanding, moderate governor that California had in modern era. And suddenly we're going to be like, what the f?
And I think that's a great place to stop it, boys. We will be doing a couple of episodes between now and the end of the year. And no weeks off. Hopefully we get to see each other over the holidays. I'll see you, Sachs, and you as well, Jonathan Friedberg, shortly.
Oh, by the way, the president just signed an executive order reclassifying marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3.
Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Okay. That's something Obama wanted to do in the second term and never did. So.
I think it's a good thing. I mean, Schedule 1 is like heroin. It's never made sense to treat it the same as heroin. I know a lot of people aren't thrilled about marijuana. It's not great when people are smoking in the streets.
I don't like marijuana, but I agree with this decision.
It's not heroin.
It's not heroin.
I mean, it would be on, I think most people intellectually would put it on the same level as alcohol, right?
I just want it studied so that we can have toxicity labels. That's the big thing that I want. Because like if these kids, that's the most important thing.
That too, actually. It's a pretty interesting point. We were talking about this the other day, like weed and whatnot. That's another thing, right? Like the weed from like 30 years ago to now is very different, right? Like the THC levels have gone like higher and higher and higher. So like all of like the past studies that were done on weed are like no longer applicable. There's a pretty good video by like that one channel. Like, I don't even know how you say it. Like Kerr's this fucking thing. They have a pretty interesting video on it if I'm gonna go watch it. Boom, boom. But yeah, it's a very good point to bring up actually. I forgot about that.
So you know what you're taking.
It's the strength of these things over the last 50 years has changed dramatically. And there are these shards they create of this like incredibly intense THC that will make you like go psychotic. Like it's really dangerous. So the smoking a joint from our youth is very different than smoking these like resins and stuff that they've created apparently that are like 100 times the potency, 200 times the potency. And they can put you in a psychotic state. Really dangerous, folks.
Well, that's where like the FDA should regulate it more like alcohol or something.
100%. Much better process, especially 100%. Since kids are getting access and stuff. Yeah. All right, everybody. Another amazing episode of your favorite podcast in the world, the All In Podcast. Love you,
Happy holidays, everybody. Merry
Interesting. That one video got us through the whole stream. We had all kinds of rants going on with that thing. And this fucking ear. Boom, boom. Dude, that box is awesome. I don't partake in that anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's time for a juice box though, because I would chill for a while and just hang on stream because there's nothing to do per se. I have to be there at 8 in the morning, so it's almost 1 o'clock already. Boom, 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 boom. So let's do a quick juice box and get out of here, y'all. We'd go back to and try the wax at least once. Yeah, I've tried all that stuff. Actually, let's go look at the low time frame.
Exit loud.
At least you tried it. Good times. I don't know. I'm like weird. Like when I do that stuff, like I don't, how do I describe this? Like, it doesn't really affect me much. Like I used to go out and do all kinds of shit. And like if you were talking to me like at the bar, like, you wouldn't know. But yeah, I'd be a bit more like talkative and whatnot, but wasn't like one of those people who's like losing their shit. I go into deep thought. I feel like I'm like usually in that kind of state anyways. What do we do for this thing? I mean, first and foremost, like this kind of thing we talked about at the start of the stream, like there's definitely like a box in the scope down here. The math looking like on this. I don't lose my shit. I kind of slow down my thought instead of all my thoughts racing, so I'm reflecting on thinking about. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair as well. Like, I definitely like agree with that. Probably look at some of this other stuff first, right? Also, how's the order book looking? Can't do anymore because of medical licensing. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I don't think they're as strict here about that. It's just tricky. It's just tricky. Okay, definitely a bunch of longs that open here that are like in the scope to get stopped out. Where's the pencil? But there's a bunch of like shorts in here right now that are like at risk. Like some people got in on the wick, but some of them got in like afterwards, like on this kind of breakdown, and they haven't closed out yet. So we might end up like squeezing them out. The question is, Does this do some like weird 886 bounce because it's the weekend? Kind of just comes here, like cleans these two highs, and then kind of come back down. Or do we actually like squeeze up into the highs on the weekend? And there's also like a little bit here. Like on that kind of thing. So it might just top that in terms of a shorts. We'll kind of write those down, right? Like baby squeeze to 88.8 or like this high 89.4. So yeah, I kind of be watching open interest and then with the very low time frame to see if those people close as we get up there. Or like kind of same story as yesterday, you kind of just let the reversal print and then hop in on it. Yeah, definitely be watching like the order flow for that stuff. And to the downside, it'd be losing the Valeria high, right? We do have like an outside day technically, like not by much, but we did open outside. Thing is, this setup does not play out nearly as often on weekends. But like on a wait day, typically, if you start to like lose this level and then do the bearish retest and lose it, then like, you'd be eyeing the rotation all the way down here, which is like quite the juicy move, right? I just don't know if we're gonna have enough volatility to kind of get that going. But that would be like a downside short. Like the bearish retest of the PD value high slash the daily VWAP. Patience, I assume me for whatever reason. I'm gonna have to drug panel if I don't pass. Pretty much done for. It makes sense. They want people to be like on drugs, consulting patients potentially. But yeah, in terms of these two shorts, so like I'll whatever, up to you, right? Up to you, people, how you want to trade this. Your risk tolerance. Personally, I like to just kind of chill on weekends, especially now that we're getting in closer to Christmas. We're gonna get even less volume than usual, so a little bit unreliable. Might not even make it up there, to be honest. Right now we're like at the Valeria high, kind of just getting a pullback already. I'm almost done studying. Took too long today. And same story for the long. Probably it's gonna be the red box. It's kind of Valeria low level. Where's the volume one? 871. Yeah, same kind of range. Kind of just come like ding. Probably like this, the typical weekend stuff, right? Kind of just sweep both sides in the lower time frames and hang around. Or also risk starting to leave like a massive CME gap. We'll kind of just say like the low time frame red box at like 86.5. And the only other one would be if we keep going up, right? If we come up here and tap this and then like back test. Probably something like that. Yeah, most likely, like suppose we clear all these two zones and then we continue going higher. I'll try and get into a pullback before reaching up here. Like, so like whether it's like at this level or like at the VWAP, You might have to like wing it a little bit because we might be a bit overextended to get the pullback all the way down here at that point. But it'd probably be some like lower time frame entry with like a tight stop. Like something like this. I don't know where your entry is, like who knows, we'll see how it actually prints. But you'd be like targeting this kind of zone. If they give you that, which I suspect they won't, but never know. They get some like random Trump tweets, random news comes out, etc, etc. We'll kind of like cluster into like 3 different ideas, like a bullish retest of like daily VWAP slash value area high slash 89.1. Finished out. Good night. See ya. Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to you. You as well. Also, like, there's a world where you might just do this too, right? Like, be mindful of just sweeping this because there is like low time frame liquidity down here on these 2 levels. They might just like ding, ding, and just be like in a tight range all weekend. So you can kind of take something like this. Like not bad little scalp ideas when we're kind of just ranging on the weekend. And also like yesterday's VWAP is there too. Along with the higher time frame 0.5. Yeah. And then like the usual high time frame stuff that we've been talking about. I don't know if it's gonna be applicable on the weekend. Higher time frame plans haven't changed. But all the stuff that we've been talking about in terms of the higher time frame longs and shorts still continues to be in play. We're just kind of sitting here patiently waiting to see what's going on. Now, are we missing anything? Are we missing anything? Maybe, probably. I'm pretty brain dead though, so can't say giving this too much thought right now. I'm just kind of whipping things on here and throwing them out. But I wouldn't be too keen on this, right? Like, we know how the weekends usually go. Probably best to just chill, kind of disconnect from trading a little bit. Maybe go like give things some thought, backtest some stuff, etc. Be prepared for the juicier moves when we do get them. But there will be scalp opportunities. There usually is a couple on the weekend, even if we do end up sitting in this little tighter range. I will say though, if you are going to be taking some of these trades, like be pretty aggressive through TPing, right? Like don't be the person, and I'm saying this as somebody who has done this, where you're like sitting here all weekend waiting for like an opportunity to take a short or whatever or a long. And then like you take it, and like you don't take any profit on it. And it's like slowly going in your direction, right? Like just like hour after hour, it's like slowly ticking down. And then like Sunday comes around and it just fucking retraces the whole move in like 20 minutes. And you just wasted your whole weekend doing nothing. So if we're gonna take this stuff, be pretty mindful to like take profit aggressively. But yeah, that should do it. And delete that, delete that. In terms of the stream tomorrow, we'll see. We'll kind of see. I have to be up super early in the morning, so most likely I'm going to go get my stitches removed and then come back home and just sleep. So, and then I usually go to the gym at like 2 or 3 on Saturdays. So if I end up waking up at like 1:30, I'm just not going to stream. Like, fuck it, whatever. Not enough time. But if I'm awake a little earlier at like 11, noonish, and like there's something's going on here perhaps, or there's some interesting stuff to like kind of work on, kind of throw on stream for a bit. If not, worst case, we'll kind of be back Sunday, the usual routine when futures resume. But yeah, I think that should do it. And maybe we'll stream tomorrow in the evening if anything. I don't have anything planned, so either way, we'll post on Discord as usual. Until then, I am out of here. So a quick chat shout out. Although it's not gonna load, right? Yeah, it's not gonna load. Today was such a yap fest. I mean, I know like Lyle was in here. I know Dev was in here. But shout out to Lyle. Shout out to Dev. Shout out to Harris Kamal. I know he was in here earlier as well. Was there anyone else? I think Olympic was yesterday. Oh yeah, there was a guy that was asking about the volume profile. Like something Lord, I think it was. I don't remember exactly. Shout out to that guy who was asking about the volume profile, nerding out. If I missed anyone else, my bad. I refreshed the chat at one point, so I kind of lost the whole history. And I don't think we would have even had it anyways. There's so much typing today. Would have been off stream at this point. Yeah. We'll be back again soon. Till then, later. Later.